ništa. Problem, znači ovdje se nešto, ovo mi treba, vidiš, sad je vidio.
To mu je kaj, to mu je ovaj naglavni, jel tako?
Ne znam, meni treba glavni od miksete vani.
Dakle, čekaj, to spojamo oči.
Ja čujem vas van.
Researchers, your colleagues, it's really my great pleasure here to be. I have this opportunity here to greet you on behalf of Minister of Science and Education and Youth and our Minister, Professor Fuchs. He was not able to attend because of other obligations.
Mislim, nije se tamo,
Excellent frontier research
tamo doslovce sve pojačano.
nationality age across Europe, including Croatia. So ERC, as you know, stands as one of the Union's most visionary and influential institutions, and responsibility and privilege to highlight its extraordinary work and the remarkable opportunities it creates for the Croatian research community. At the heart of ERC is its scientific council, a body whose excellence shapes the future of European science, and we are academic, Milena Žižfuchs, she'll speak later, has been part of this distinguished circle. It is really an honor to have you with us, and thank you for all the wonderful work you have done in 2 mandates at the ERC Council. So the success is there. Last year, Croatian researchers
Mislim, kako vidim, tamo doslovce sve kako bi trebalo.
and 2 consolidated grants. And embargo is finally lifted off. So I'm very pleased to announce that also Dr. Karin Dulan from Institute for Social Research is being our latest consolidated grantee. I would also like to highlight that we are especially pleased that 3 of the 4 grants went to our public research institutes. Dr. Bujan from Bošković Institute, Dr. Bjažić Karin from Institute of Art History, and previously mentioned Dr. immense work on promoting ERC in Croatia, Professor Academic Jonić, Dr. Tolić, Dr. Lauc, Professor Šepić, who are with us here. Also our official, Professor Šepić is our official ERC ambassador. Dr. Pavin, recently grantee assistant professor at Chester. Thank you for taking time to be with us today. I would also like to know that we are strengthening research and innovation at the national level as well, and this is the prerequisite for being successful in the ERC. And I'd like to mention that we have already recorded a historic growth in R&D investment. In 2003, it was over €1 billion in absolute numbers, so this is the all-time high for Croatia in R&D investment, and we expect in 2024 to be even.
Mislim, slobodno, ako znaš kako napravi, ja nisam
So, thanks to this is one program Recovery and Resilience, which provided additional investments in research and science in amount 320 million, and government's competitiveness and cohesion program, which provided 342 million, which is all ongoing. And we have also additional program together with the World Bank, this World Bank loan Digit project, which adds 160 million
Thank you very much, Director, for your kind words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Nacionalni. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? No? Is everything okay? Okay. The message needs to be heard. Will this work? Do you hear me better now? Yeah? Clear? Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Nacionalni, a leading Croatian linguist whose academic work and engagement in the European research policy has had a profound and lasting impact. Educated in Zagreb, London, New York, and Sydney, Professor teaches linguistics for more than 40 years and notably introduced cognitive linguistics in Croatian linguistic circles. At the University of Zagreb, she has taught generations of students in semantics, syntax, cognitive linguistics, sociolinguistics, and discourse analysis, and now serves as professor emerita, with particular interest in the influence of communication technologies on the Croatian author of several important works, including Knowledge of Language and Knowledge of the World, Dictionary of Abbreviations, and Cognitive Linguistics and Language Structures, the English Present Perfect, for which she received the prize for research awarded by the Croatian Parliament. Professor Fuchs is also a long-standing member of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts. Within the Academy, she has contributed to its committees, its governing board, and she has led the Committee for International Cooperation. Her impact at the European level is equally substantial. In 2013, she was elected to the Academia ERCEA, and she has since been an active member of the Hercules Group, helping to advance the role of the humanities and social sciences within the broader European Research Council stands out in particular. From 2008, she served as member and later chair of the ERCEA Advanced Grant Panel, SH4, The Human Mind and its Complexity. In 2019, she became the first Croatian member of the ERCEA Scientific Council, the ERCEA's highest level decision-making body, responsible for defining all ERCEA activities. Throughout this role, she has helped steer key decisions affecting frontier research across all disciplines in Europe. Professor Fuchs has also taken active part in the European Commission's group for articulating the basis for FP9, the current framework, high EU research and innovation programs led by Nacionalni. She has also served on a number of international advisory boards, including the University of Helsinki, the European Alliance for Social Sciences and Humanities, and last but not least, one of her highest priorities were infrastructures, especially those found in her history. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Miller's education, his work bridges linguistic research, academic leadership, and European science policy. It's a privilege to welcome her today. Professor Nacionalni.
In a very nonchalant way, if I may say. This intimidates me, I must admit, because, you know, my height, which I will not mention in numbers, it is a bit frightening, but I can speak to the microphone without any problem. Now, Emmanuel, because he's an ex-student of mine, made a very extensive CV overview, so to speak. Please forgive him, but, you know, being an ex-student does have its introduction. Now, it is true I have always combined research together with science policy, very systematically throughout my life. I see some of my friends from the humanities nodding their heads, and I got all involved in all kinds of sessions, etc. Now, you may well have questions about certain things that I know because I've heard these horror stories so many times, and I'm expecting that you have questions. How does one become a member of the ERCEA Scientific Council? When you hear some people in Croatia, it's like some underhand thing that happens, and where people, I don't know who, help you out in order to achieve this very high position. ERC Scientific Council, as Emmanuel mentioned at some point, we don't just deal with, and I'm very happy to say we have a new grant host us. We don't deal with the mechanisms involved in evaluation and getting things right as best we can, etc. For instance, by the end of this year, I had one thing I had to do. Maria Lepton, who's the president of the ERC, is a very strict president. Am I right, Martin? Yes, she is. She said to me, you're going to it's a very hard-working group, and I'm not joking. And if I may quote a very good friend of mine that I met through the council, Evelyn Crone, who's a neuroscientist, right, Martin. Yeah, they are, right. You have a second job. It's not what you teach or what you do or whatever. You have a second job. A lot of important, and this is why we're here today. But this brings me to the point of this info day. After 6 years of being a member of because we don't stand all that well in the overall, even widening group of countries that comprise the whole family, so to say. They got 8 consolidated grants in just one category in 1 year. And then I thought, well, I mean, I have, you know, all due respect. This was the point, and that really killed me. And I thought, why can't we get more of these grants? Because the numbers are important in a sense. You know, a little bit now in the last couple of days, I'm happy to say we got 3, am I right, Emmanuel? 3 new grants. Please give could you say the name? But that play an exceptionally important role are the panel members. And we have 18, am I right? 18 Croatian panels. On getting this number up and up and up. They are important people, not because they make the decisions. I this is it, you learn this way. I started off as an ordinary panel member. I became chair of one of the most multidisciplinary and most difficult world views, so to speak, and different priorities and different everything, but we managed. And getting our people on it, we have, I don't know who's sitting here, but people of standing, so to speak. Could you please, when you receive those invitations, to nominate whatever, do it. It may work, it may not work, because the selection is tough. Everything at ERC is tough, if you ask me. That is the definition. Famous panel chair, if I may say that, and she's very strict. And you're responsible for not just the quality, because the average, let's call it, ERC grant is 2 million euros. So my question to you is, would you like to because the ERC has changed for the better, if I may say. And you'll be hearing about this from somebody I'm very proud to welcome personally, Martin Penny. A lot of the time, well, it's not, I mean, we could laugh about it, but it's true. And the joke is to work, to help years here. I did do my PhD in Zagreb, etc., etc., but basically I spent more years abroad than in Croatia. And my use of the world culture. We don't tend to think of our other colleagues, so to speak. It doesn't, I mean, it's important if you get an ERC grant. Very general words that Mestic started off with, and my general words of introduction. We are, number one, aiming at young generations, and you can, I mean, the figures are really, really transparent. We get most grants in the starting grant and the consolidator. And these are the Jean-Pierre Bourguignon, while he was president of the council, had an ongoing sort of, you know, competition. If somebody comes up with a better term, he's of some kind. Yeah, of course you're writing notes. But he is our first grantee, so to speak, at the ERCEA. But that's normal. And thank you for reminding me, and now I'll stop speaking because there's much more. It's not just the ERC, but this is where, if I may say, I could be said to be a kind of expert after all the time I spent there. From 2000 to present, you let out more deeper roots into our research community and not have people asking me, what are you doing in Brussels all the time? See, and I'd like us to start working, when I say community, please take it out
as a community, we would support each other in every way we can. Because
hearing the best panel members we have. You will be also hearing our grantees of them. As of yesterday, there are 30 work. People think that you can sit down and, sort of scribble an ERC grant. No, it's hard, and it really is hard work. I know even it is a lot of hard work. But we have, and you will be hearing about that, so I won't go there. We have various mechanisms. In other countries, literally time, spend a month or 2 or 3, whatever the timeline is. This helps a great deal. And rectors and the directors of institutions after spending, let's say, 3 months with the, local genius in some country for anything, it doesn't matter, is by far greater than if you do. Both the ministry and the agency have collected the best of the best amongst the people in the ERC and how does one become a member of the ERC Scientific Council, which is a big mystery to many people. Last but not least, I would that I think is exceptionally important for a very simple reason. The ERC keeps picking up speed. Things change. Forget about getting a grant or anything else. Okay, now that's more than 10 minutes. I know Emmanuel is giving me a dirty look, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Funding schemes directly from the representative of the executive agency of the ERC. You will learn from Croatian ERC grantees about their experience with starting Consolidator and the services we offer. You will be able to ask questions during 2 Q&A sessions, as well as join the afternoon parallel sessions where you will be able to ask your questions directly to the grant. Preparing a successful application. A warm thank you is due also to our partners here at the National and University Library for hosting us, and especially distinguished speakers, Mr. Martin Penny from the A warm welcome also goes to the audience following us online, as we have resolved all technical issues. So enjoy. You can also use the Slido to and join our sessions. You can vote for the questions you find most interesting, and that's how we'll moderate our today's discussions. If we receive more questions than we can address, we will review all submissions in Slido. Unit at the ERCEA Executive Agency, who will provide an introduction to the ERCEA funding opportunities and outline the upcoming calls. Martin, the floor is yours.
For organising this event. It's great to be back in Zagreb. But I'd also really like to thank Professor Žičvuks, who's been the driving force putting this in. So thank you very much, Milena, for doing this. I think we're all First of all, I'm not going to give a political speech. I'm going to give a very practical talk, because what we want is for you to understand how you can apply. Our accents in the UK, and also the further north you go in the UK, the faster we speak. And so I can't ask our audience online, but if I can ask our speaking too quickly, give me a vision. Follows and everyone understands. So let's have a look at what I'm going to be talking about today. My talk will be in three different parts. So first of all, I'll terms to the type of funding that the judged. Often people write applications more for themselves than thinking about actually it's going to be judged by other people. You really write for your audience, write for the evaluators. So it's important. Program and what's planned for the next work program, which will be the calls coming from the 2026 budget, 27 budget, I beg your pardon. I'll give you some practical tips and hints. But after the next session as well. So you've already heard this statement that we support investigator-driven frontier research across all fields based on scientific excellence. We use this term bottom-up, which best ideas, the ideas which are going to push back the frontiers of knowledge, the ideas which you think are game-changing, which are going way beyond the state of the art. We don't want incremental research. We want practicalities. You've seen on the screens, you've seen all the slides that talk about Horizon Europe. This is the structure of Horizon Europe, which is the current, we call it framework program, jargon. It's the EU funding program for research and chunk of the ERC, of the European Framework Programme. But what makes the ERC very different is it's not by researchers like you, for researchers like you. And it really makes a difference. It really makes a difference in terms of making sure that the council, and you see over on the right of the screen there, Professor Chichfuchs, who unfortunately will come to the end of her mandate at the end of this year, but I think it's been wonderful with Milena over this time. It's great news in terms Why should you apply for an ERC grant? First of all, it's a grant where you get to choose. So there are opportunities for everybody, irrespective of. So in every community. And so if you're working in very applied areas of nuclear energy, then you cannot apply. But that's really in terms of looking at power gen. Everything else you can apply. So people you can also negotiate with a host institution the best conditions of work. For our starting grantees, many of them don't have they have applied often we'll find that as soon as they get their grants, they are given a position either in that institution or another institution. About 20% of our starting grantees change whenever you want. The formal contract with your host institution, but they sign an agreement with us that should you wish to move to another institution in Europe, you can. Because the ERC is a quality label. So on the ones on the top line, these are what we call the individual grants, the starting grant, the consolidated grant and the advanced grant. And I will talk through these in more detail. I have a session on synergy grants, which is the one in the middle. Take those questions and answer session. So starting grants, and here it gets a little complicated, but bear with me. So starting grants for researchers which are 2 to 7 years. Working on the grant. Consolidator are for those a little more advanced in their academic year, career 7 to 12. Again, these are the current rules. Advanced grants are for everybody else. Funding goes up. The amount of time academic career, you probably will have more grants, you may have other commitments, you may have teaching commitments and so on. Now, bear with me on these eligibility conditions because I will. So these are the amounts of funding that you can get. So you can apply for up to €1.5 million. You can also apply for additional funding if it is justified. So apply for up to €1 million extra of funding. Of equipment. Maybe you have to do very expensive field work. Maybe you have to have access to collections or you have to access major scientific facilities or hire an aircraft to do atmospheric research or something. it's also part of the evaluation process. For applicants, and there may be some in the room or indeed watching online who are currently based outside of the EU or countries associated with the framework programme, they can apply for these eligibility conditions. So if you are, maybe can I ask, is there anybody in the room who's thinking of applying for a consolidated grant for the next deadline, the deadline in January? The Scientific Council has announced their intention to change them from next year. So if you were applying for the consolidated grant with the deadline in January, they would have been the eligibility conditions. If you're applying now, you may ask why this is the case, and why is there an overlap? And this is because academic careers are changing quite radically. There are some, and there may be artificial intelligence, maybe even historians who will enjoy their independence, they're ready to launch their independent research career. In other areas, because the fields are moving so quickly, you need a longer time to develop and understand the equipment that you're working with, understanding the research community. Some of the areas of life sciences, for example, fits all for the speed of academic careers. And so allowing for that, the starting grant windows will allow for people who can immediately apply straight after their PhD to do so, and those who need a little bit longer also to Year 10 to be able to apply for your consolidated grant when it's a 5-year grant. You can apply in the overlap period. So that's why there's the overlap. So for those, if you're not applying for consolidated, talk about when they think of Brussels, is they think there's a lot of political judgment and a lot of other criteria that may be political or maybe a whole range of different things. So evaluate your projects is looking at the excellence, and it's excellence of the idea and excellence of you as a researcher. The balance or the excellence of the idea looking at the ambition, looking at how I talked about pushing back the frontiers of knowledge, looking at this as much as possible. It's also an opportunity for the applicant to maybe give more information in terms of more recent results they've had, or give more details in interviews as well. The outcomes of the panel meetings, if you're considered as not at the level, you will get a B. You can still apply the following year. And if you're considered as fundable, you will get an A, and we fund as many as we can. Unfortunately, there are always some people who are in the awful situation that they get an A, but the funding has run out by the time we go down the ranking list to them. But I understand from the ministry that there perhaps going to be some national support in that respect for people who find themselves in that position in future evaluations. So I think that's something which is important for you. I have on the slide, just for completion, the synergy evaluation process. I'll not take you through it because I'll talk through it this afternoon. Now, none of you are applying for the consolidated grant deadline this year, which is a shame. And I hope many of you will be applying for future ones, because one of the things which the Scientific Council has done is try to make the application process simpler, both for you to write and also for the evaluators to manage and to read. And so the proposal now is shorter in step 2. And also the structure has changed. It used to be that the part one, and remember you submit your proposal in two parts, it used to be that the part one was a standalone short version of the proposal. And then part two was the full version of it, going into more detail in terms of the methodology, the risk assessment, all of the maybe more detail on the background, on the state of the art and so on. This is no longer the case. The proposal is continuum, written in two parts, so you don't have to repeat, which is something which is really important. It's different to write, but I think it's simpler to write, and it's certainly a lot easier for the evaluators to read, because they read a continuum. So don't be worried when you see that it's a shorter, it's seven pages now, the step two. It's still, in total you have 12 pages to write your proposal. One thing which I should say is references are not included in these page limits. So do as you would always do, reference your proposals. You don't know who your panel members are. And it'd be rather unfortunate if you forget to reference some key person in the field and they're the person that's evaluating your proposal. So do reference your proposals well. And so the panels, as you've seen from the structure, will read part one in step one of the proposal, and in step two they will read part one and part two. The other change in part one is that part one no longer needs to cover the feasibility of the research. We got strong comments from the panel members saying it was very difficult to assess feasibility when the methodology came later. So part one should lay out the current state of the knowledge, explain what your idea is, explain what the scientific question is and what the overall objectives of the project are, and set out the overall approach, the research strategy you propose to carry it out. Now you may say, well, hang on, Martin, my whole proposal is about new research methodology. If that's the case, then that's your idea and it's in part one. But for most people, the methodology will come later in terms of the details of the proposals. So you'll see this more when I look at what I mean by part two. So part two will then set out the detailed explanation of the project implementation, looking at the research methodology, looking at the work plan, looking at the risk assessments, looking how you're going to mitigate some of those risks, and also set out in a small way, if necessary, the justification for the budget and the resources. Actually, and I'll show you the structure later, in the proposal templates, there's a whole section for budget. So you don't need to put budget tables. You don't need to describe your budget in detail in the scientific proposal. If there are key things which you need to highlight, you can, but I wouldn't waste time writing about budget when you can do it elsewhere. And writing about budget is not going to excite your panel members either. They're going to be much more interested in your research and your science. So it's there, but remember there's a whole section where you write about the budget. Now those of you who maybe are reapplying, remember it's a different structure to the one you've maybe used before. So it used to be that part two repeated a lot of what was in part one. That's no longer the case because it's a continuum between the two. So if you're applying, don't use your old version and overwrite it. It's a completely different concept. It's a continuum rather than having a short version and a full version of the proposal. So let's look at the call calendar. I'm showing you this more for information rather than for practicalities, because if you're not applying for this year, you see the starting grant call has already closed for this year. I should say we always work ahead of the financial year. So this is the 2026 budget calls, even though we're actually still only in 2025, but it's running on the 2026 budget. Consolidator, Advance and Synergy, you see the deadlines. But why I'm showing you it is these deadlines and these call dates remain relatively stable. So if you're thinking of applying for a starting grant from the 2027 budget, you'll know that the call will be opening when you can start using and writing your proposal in the proposal system, probably in the summer of next year, towards the middle of July, and you'll need to complete it probably towards the middle of October. So I'm giving you an indication that the actual call dates are not yet published, will be published in the July of this year, but you can, as a rule of thumb, or you can see already this is when you can expect them to happen. So let me give you some tips and hints for preparing your proposal. The first one is you're all researchers. Do your research, first of all. Get familiar with the EU funding and tenders portal. Now, I know I'm a European official and I shouldn't say this. It's an awful website, a really awful website. I'm not going to say it's the best thing, but it's important because it's on that website. You find the call, you find all of the advice and information packages that you need, and most importantly, it's through that website that you access the software where you write your proposal. So get familiar with it first of all. The software is there that you can write your proposal and use it as your planning tool. You can hit the submit button as many times as you want. We don't receive it until it's the last proposal, the last version that's submitted on the deadline. So we don't see them until the deadline has passed. So you can use them as your drafting tool, and I'd encourage you to do it. There's nothing worse than people who draft offline and then discover they can't access the portal for some reason, for some other reason or not, and they're in a panic just before the deadline. Use this as your drafting tool. It's really, really important to do so. You know, we've seen already in this room, and we have Emmanuel here, the national contact point. So talk to all of the support that you have. Within many of your institutions, you'll have grants offices or research offices, and they will also support you. And the agency and their team, particularly Emmanuel, is there to help you as well. Make sure you speak to the host institution that you want to work with to get a support letter. Don't do that at the last minute. Do that at the outset. So that they know that you're applying, they can support you. And also, it may take some time internally to continue to put in place the admin to get this support letter. Do it at the outset. Today, you'll hear from a lot of former grantees and former panel members. Talk to them and get ideas in that respect. Gosh, the slides are moving on. And then, if you are working with collaborators, which you're allowed to do, these are individual grants, it's all about you, but you maybe want to involving a collaborator in it. Make sure you spoke to them and got their consent beforehand. Unfortunately, we always see, nearly in every call, there is a proposal that's excluded on the grounds of integrity because they haven't got the permission of the person. They say, I'm going to be working with Professor X. You know, she will be working on such and such with me, but they haven't spoken to Professor X. And sometimes it can be that Professor X is one of the evaluators of the proposal. And so make sure you have if you're working with collaborators, you've got their permission in advance. Then choose your grant type and ensure that you're eligible. So the work programme will set out details of all of these new eligibility windows if you're going for starting or consolidated grants. The cut-off date, the start date for where zero starts, currently is the 1st of January of the year. The Scientific Council is pretty sure that it still will be decided again in the next meeting. This will change the call opening date of when we start counting the 0 years or start counting the 10 years. Why is this advancing without me doing it? But read the work programme and make sure that you're eligible. And also, if you've previously applied to an ERC call and you're subject to these resubmission restrictions, make sure that you are eligible and you're eligible to apply to that particular call. Now, you're aware that we are and the programme is designed by the Scientific Council. The Scientific Council are researchers like you. They're not bureaucrats like me. They know that people have lives and things happen in lives. And so when we talk about these eligibility windows, your lives, there may be circumstances in your lives which means that these need to be extended. For example, if you're a mother and you've had a child, the eligibility window is automatically extended by 18 months for each child, irrespective of whether the child is born before or after your PhD. If you're a father or you've taken parental leave, the documented time for taking parental leave allows for the eligibility to be extended. The same for long-term illness. Those of you who are MD PhD, there's also an extension which is capped at a maximum of 4 years for MD PhD. You see there are also allowances for asylum seekers, for major disasters, and also for people who've suffered gender-based violence or other forms of violence, where you need to provide documented evidence of showing the time that this means that you need to have the eligibility window extended for. And these eligibility windows extensions are genuine. We don't see any difference in success between people who apply within the standard windows and those who have used these extensions, the eligibility windows. So they're there and designed to be used and should be used. So if I go on to my step 3, start writing. This is the structure of the proposal. I know it looks a bit scary, because it's a lot. And I know that the thing which every academic hates is what I've put in part A up there, the forms. Everyone hates filling in forms. But again, the Scientific Council have tried to make this as simple as possible. So the first forms are really about you and your host institution, the organisation where you're going to work. There's a lot more, not a lot more information than that. The section 3 is on budget, where you'll be able to get a lot of support from your host institution or from your national contact point or both in preparing that. And then there are sections, if you're working in an area of proposal, whether areas of research, where there is ethical concerns or security concerns, set those out so that we are aware you've thought about those. And if you are funded, we can discuss how they're going to be put in place with you. They are not seen by the evaluation panel. They don't affect the evaluation at all, but it's important that if you're selected for funding, they're taken into account. The other questions, very simple. If you're a starting grantee or a consolidated grantee, you need to provide information of when you got your PhD, and that's what the other questions relate to. Then you see the part B1 and the part B2, which we've spoken about. There's also statement of support, where you need the letter from your host institution, which we've talked about. Now, I'm going to move on to the next 2 slides, where I know this is usually where everyone looks at me and said, but Martin, this is not what you said before. So bear with me. The next thing is you have to choose your panel. Now, every area of research is eligible, but we have to evaluate those proposals when they come in. And we need to evaluate proposals which are similar together. So we've taken all areas of scholarly activity, and the Scientific Council has divided those into 28 chunks, effectively, which we call panels. They're not priorities. You may not recognise your specific subject in the title of the panel. When you go and read the panel in more detail, there's a subdescription and a layer of different keywords underneath. Then you should recognise your subject. But they're not panels, they're not priorities, and if you are only described partially in one of the keywords, that doesn't mean to say your proposal is less welcome. All proposals are welcome, it's just to help us manage the evaluation well. So any is welcome. You may, though, say, well, hang on, my proposal fits between more than one. If that's the case, you can flag a secondary panel, and when we go to the evaluation, we'll also make sure that proposals from that secondary panel also review your proposal. Think very carefully whether you need to do this, though, because if it's a panel which maybe only has a very small relevance to your research area, do you need, or would it even be in your interest to have a review from a proposal who's perhaps an evaluator who's perhaps quite far away from your research area? So think very carefully about that. So this is when it advances, this is the evaluation panel structure, both for last year and for this year, and there will not be changes for 2027 either in the titles of the panels. There'll be some minor changes in the descriptors underneath them. So again, don't start looking at these thinking they're priorities. They're not. These are just where you have to say, where is my proposal going to be best evaluated? Which is the panel where the panel members are going to be most excited by what I'm proposing? And that's the thing. You want them to be excited. You want them to like and enjoy reading your proposal. So think about it carefully. For some of them, very easily. I'm a synthetic organic chemist. I would only go to P5. For some people, it would be very simple. For others, it may be more complex. If you're thinking this is really difficult, how would I do that, Martin? Then go to this guidance document. Underneath those titles, there are descriptors and keywords. If that doesn't help you, we are very transparent in terms of saying who's evaluated our proposals in the past. And we publish the names of all the panel members by panel from previous calls. So you can look to say, well, who's been on the panel before? Are they somebody who I think they'd be the right person to be reading my proposal? Not in terms of whether I like them or not, but in terms of whether they are the right person from an academic point of view. You can also check to see which projects have been funded in the past. We publish all of these on the Commission website, on our website, and also on the Cordis website, so you can see what's been funded by that panel before. So it makes sure that you're in charge and you choose where you think your proposal is best evaluated. Occasionally, some people do get it wrong. It happens very rarely. And if that's the case, we will look at these proposals and we'll get the agreement of the panel chair where they've applied and the panel chair where we think it should be transferred. And if both of them agree, then we will move that proposal to the second panel. It happens very rarely, but it's done in a way where we think it's in the best interests. One thing which I want to highlight is that, again, the Scientific Council has made it easier for you to write your proposal. There is a CV template and track record. It's done to be in a simpler way. It's a narrative description. So it isn't just a list of tasks. It sets out what your contributions are. So, for example, in your publication list, rather than just putting the list of publications, you can describe what your role was in writing that publication. It allows you space for maybe different career breaks, explaining where it was. You can have set out things which you've done in academia which go beyond the normal academic contributions. It could be involved in professional societies. It could be involved in mentoring. It could be involved in commercialization and IPR. All of these different types of things. There is a template for this CV. You don't have to use it, but I can tell you from the panel members, when they get one which doesn't look like the rest of them, they go, oh God, why don't they write it in the same way as everyone else? So it's not compulsory, but do use it. Now, one of the things which I think is important for starting grantees and consolidated grantees who may not have applicants who may not have supervised before. Supervision of graduate students and postdocs is not an evaluation criterion. And so I think it's something that's really important. We know that the ability to have grants and supervised PhD students and postdocs is different throughout the whole of Europe. And so we make it as fair as possible by saying that's not an evaluation criterion. Then I have some general tips. I'm not going to take you through these in detail because of time, but also because you can read these as well. But it takes time. You've seen the process and the timetable already. If you're thinking of applying to the next calls, don't wait for the call to be announced. Start thinking, start planning, start writing now already. I think it's really important that you don't write in isolation. Get lots of feedback. We all know that research is done through peer review. That should be the same for your proposals too. Make sure that you speak with your colleagues, make sure you speak with your peers. And then make sure you're writing for your evaluators. Make sure you're writing in a way which isn't full of jargon, which isn't full of acronyms, which is easy to read. Don't write it in 8-point font, and don't change the page margins. Make it easy to read, have clear sections, and I think also do spell checks. There's nothing which panel members hate worse than having typographical mistakes in it. Next question we often get asked, I think I've moved on one. Yeah, next question we often get asked is, what happens in the interviews? Now, you'll probably be approached by lots of consultancy firms, if you get through to step 2, saying, we can teach you how interviews work. I would say, don't waste your money. Talk to your grant office, talk to your national contact point, and get their help. Because the way in which the interview is set out, and the way it's structured, is the decision of the panel. And so every interview will be roughly 30 minutes, but how that 30 minutes is divided will vary from year to year and vary from panel to panel. It typically involves a presentation and then questions and answers, but the length of that presentation may vary, the way in which you can use slides or not use slides, maybe a maximum number of slides, you may be allowed to use supplementary slides or not. All of that is set out in your letter to invitation, and it can change. So don't waste your money on consultants. It's making sure that you work directly with your research office on this. I think one of the things for the interviews which I think is important is, know who your competitors are in the field. This is often a very standard interview question. This is going beyond the state of the art. Who else do you see could be doing this at the same time as you? Know the details of your budget. If there's a question, particularly if you're asking for the additional money, you may need to justify it. But this is also an opportunity for you to tell more about the story of your research. In your presentation, if you've got additional results since writing the proposal, present those. It gives you an extra bonus. And then, as I say at the bottom, practice, practice, practice. You'll know how long your presentation is, whether it's 3 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes. Practice, practice, practice. We have a clock on the wall. They're timed to the second. So that's why you practice, practice, practice when you do your interview. I'll just have a couple of final slides. As I say, Emmanuel, going towards you. In terms of common reasons for a rejection, and here I won't go through in more detail. I think the one which is most important is the progress is often incremental research. It's not pushing back the frontiers of knowledge. It's really not your best ideas, it's just an idea. So really think about that. Then, I won't go through my next general remarks one, but I want to direct you to this particular slide. If you're going, Martin, this is really interesting, but I've no idea how I get started. We have 7 different videos run by presented by staff in our scientific department to take you through the whole process. How you get started, how you write, how the evaluation process is done, how you can prepare for your interview, what you need to think about in ethics, also in terms of what you need to think about in terms of science communication, separate from your application. They're all available on our YouTube site, and once you get these slides afterwards, you can just click on the link in them. And then, finally, that's it. Thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you so much, Martin, for this comprehensive and informative overview. And now we'll move on to the first panel of the day, dedicated to the ERC individual grants. May I kindly invite our panelists to join me on stage. First, Professor Stipan Jonic from the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Rijeka, recipient of an ERC Advanced Grant and a Proof of Concept Grant. Next, Professor Jadranka Šepić from the Faculty of Science, University of Split, ERC Starting Grant and Proof of Concept Grantee, and Croatia's Ambassador for the ERC. You can sit. And our third panelist of the day is Dr. Tamara Bjažić-Klarin from the Institute of Art History in Zagreb, a recipient of an ERC Consolidator Grant. Ladies and gentlemen. And finally, I would like to invite Ms. Ivana Ružić-Divjak, a national contact point for widening participation in European research area, to moderate this part of the program.
Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor and a pleasure to moderate this session in a room full of ERC Croatian grantees, as it seems, and then another half of the room future ERC grantees. So let me start by just saying a couple of things. We brought together Croatian researchers who collectively represent almost the entire portfolio of ERC funding schemes. So since this panel focuses specifically on ERC individual grants, we have recipients of Starting, Consolidated, Proof of Concept and Advanced Grant. So the only scheme missing here today is the Synergy Grant, but this will be covered in greater depth during this afternoon's parallel session. So we are also very proud to showcase significant geographical diversity. We have here our panelists from Split, from Rijeka and from Zagreb, reflecting the strong research talent present across Croatia. At the same time, our panel also spans a wide range of scientific disciplines, from natural sciences and medicine to the humanities, highlighting the truly interdisciplinary reach of ERC-funded research. So let me start by briefly introducing them. Dr. Tamara Bjažić-Klarin, first here on my left side. She is a senior researcher at the Institute of Art History in Zagreb. Her ERC Consolidated Grant, Housing.eu, examines the production of everyday living spaces in socialist Yugoslavia, so spanning from 1945 until 1991. Through extensive archival research and interdisciplinary historical analysis, her project explores how mass housing, citizens' participation, and political change shaped urban and social life across the region. And then Professor Jadranka Šepić, she is a researcher at the Faculty of Science in Split, specializing in coastal oceanography, sea level dynamics, and extreme coastal events, particularly meteo tsunamis. She leads the ERC Starting Grant Extreme, which investigates sub-hourly sea level oscillations and their contribution to extreme coastal events in a changing climate. Her ERC proof of concept grant MedTrack builds on these results to develop real-time tools for meteor tsunami detection and early warning. And last but not least, Professor Stipan Jonic. He is a fellow of the Croatian Academy of Science and Arts. He's a leading Croatian immunologist, if I may say, at the University of Rijeka's Faculty of Medicine, where he also has the Center for Proteomics. He is the recipient of the ERC Advanced Grant Stedwin, which investigates cytomegalovirus and immune system interactions. And also, in addition, he holds an ERC proof of concept grant, GlioVac. So before we start, may I just ask for our audience online to hold your microphones maybe a bit closer when you speak. You can use the microphones that are in front of you, as well as the water in front of you. So let's start. For a quick opening round, I'm sure our audience wants to hear. Could you just briefly introduce your central idea of your ERC project? And I also would like to hear, when did you first realize that your idea had actually the ambition and depth required for a competitive ERC proposal? Dr. Bjashkari, we can maybe start with you. You can use my microphone.
Thank you. Actually, you already introduced my research very well in a few sentences. And as you told, the plan was actually, the idea of the project was actually to show that in this period of the second half of the 20th century, that we had a really very intensive period of housing politics that change every 10 years, and that these politics actually dealt with different kind of funding and different kind of involvement of participants. So it was also important that this housing fund that was created in Yugoslavia actually still today is 60 to 70% of the housing stock. And actually it was also important for us to show that this was something that was entirely interrelated with the inhabited from the practices that we inherited from the period before the Second World War, and that actually this knowledge was produced in a very strong knowledge exchange between East and West. The most important thing was to show that actually this knowledge is not very familiar and known in this whole pan-European housing politics that we had since the Second World War until the 1990s. So actually we showed that this is something that is important, that actually Yugoslavia was a kind of laboratory thanks to different funding, different reforms, and we wanted to contribute this knowledge to this pan-European perspective and knowledge.
Thank you, Ivana. Thank you for inviting me. So my project is called She Extreme, and it deals, as Ivana said, with sea level extremes in a changing climate. So sea level extremes are actually well studied, and they have been well studied before my project. But what this project brings on as additional value is that we study extremes happening at the shorter time scales. So this refers to time scales of a couple of minutes to a couple of hours. Why was this something new or something novel? It is because traditionally sea level was not measured with this kind of step. It was measured once each hour. So although there was a lot of research on sea level extreme, there was very little research on these short extremes. And in fact, some of the dangerous sea level extremes happen in these periods shorter than 2 hours. So you all heard about tsunamis. And all of you who listened to me before heard about meteor tsunamis and decided to move their houses to higher ground. I saw this as an opportunity to apply for the project. And how did this idea come to me? So basically in 2014 there was a series of meteor tsunamis hitting Mediterranean. So first there was one at the Balearic Islands, then 1 day later there were 2 at the Adriatic Sea, no, at least 6. Then there was one at Malta and Mazara del Vallo, and then in Odessa. And my colleagues and me decided to do a nature paper out of this, so this didn't work, but doesn't matter. But we were looking for the data, and we found this 1-minute sea level database, which was actually formed after the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami. and we realized that no one has used this data before, and this was a very, very good data of high quality. So we published a couple of papers using this data, and then some other researchers started using this data, but very shyly, not so much. And then I realized that there is this huge data set that has not been explored before, and that could be used for research. So this is how I thought that this should be a good idea.
Thank you. Professor Janic.
Hello, hi everyone, dear guests, dear colleagues. Well, before I start, I was taking note when Milan was talking, so I put a lot of notes. And what I would like to say that how I understood ERC is it is most competitive instruments within Horizon that support competitive science, and that should be. In Croatia and many widening countries, we are making ideology about ERC, and it's not. Actually, I'm very disappointed that today we don't have, maybe we will have in discussion, specific topics why widening countries are so dramatically behind the other EU 15 countries. What we can do and what EU can do to reduce this gap. We discussed this and so on and so forth. But we can discuss this later. I'm really disappointed with this. I followed this for 20 years and things are improving, but not really dramatically that we can call it improvement. So how we managed to get, I and my group, first ERC grant. Again, it's relatively simple because during the 80s, my group has been involved very extensively in research of viral immunology, and we were quite successful in characterization of major principles in virus surveillance, so how immune system control this herpes virus infection. It's kind of one of herpes virus infection. And of course, we published quite prestigious papers in that qualified us already, and myself, to apply for ERC. First time I tried, I failed. But it's normal. Scientists should understand that the success and fail are equal. And they should not be disappointed, but go on. So at that time, we started to work on another very interesting topic. That's immunosubversion. This virus is master among viruses to subvert the immune system. Every single aspect of our immune response is target for immunoevasion mechanisms by this virus. And then we started to do a little bit of molecular biology, in beginning through collaboration with our German friends, because we didn't have technology to fulfill everything what we need. So we characterized numerous immunoevasions, and then we started to build up so-called recombinant viruses by deleting immunosubversive genes of virus, making virus attenuated, so less pathogenic. But then we came to idea to put in the place of gene that is immunosubversive, to put something immunologically relevant, like a ligand, cellular molecule that is ligand for immune receptor, different kind of. And then during this process, we discovered that something interesting. Virus is attenuated, but immune response, particularly T-cell response, was stronger. And that brought us to the idea to look for the kind of tumor vaccine, using this virus as a tumor vaccine. We designed patent. I applied for the POTS, proof of concept. I got it. But this is quite naive belief that it should work easily, that all this vaccine story went on in the beginning. The tumor was dramatically difficult, not only one but others. So even today, actually just yesterday, I learned that some of my ex-co-workers are now sort of coming back to proof of concept and trying again to it. During that process, I managed to get ERC, yeah? And of course I was happy, and actually ERC was most important instrument to get good people on the project, to make them working, and so on and so forth. We can talk about this a long time. But like any other project, there's no single scientist sitting in the room who is actually financing doing something that is written in the grant. Because you always enter to something that's never written in the grant. And then during that process, we discovered the viral immunoevasion, subversion of strange molecules that I considered boring molecules. These are adhesion molecules. They bind, they keep cells together, for those of you who are not biologists or med. And then it turned out that my friend from Israel, Ofer Mandelbaum, he got ERCEA the same day when I got it, yeah? So we are good friends from before. And he claimed that we should work on these molecules. And we did it. And somebody else, actually in Australia and other countries, discovered that these molecules are important receptors for important ligands for immune receptors. Activating such receptors are important nowadays, so-called checkpoint inhibitors, modern immunotherapeutics for tumor. To make story short, we never made a formal grant on that. Actually, part of this was in the beginning supported by ERCEA. Proof of concept, doesn't matter. Anyway, we made a few papers on that and a lot of patent application, started a startup company in Israel. And actually, this company is doing quite well. Clinical studies are now undergoing in United States, Israel, and Poland. And that's actually how we made it. It's a pity that actually I expected this vaccine to be most important, but now how this, of the target was actually more successful, but you never know what will be in the future. That's my idea.
One thing that, oh God, it is short. Everything in this place is short. Right now, you mentioned widening countries. Now, and we didn't have time. In fact, I overran my time, and Manuel's probably going to kill me once we get out for our coffee break. We have a special group dedicated to widening countries and why. All the reasons why people, rather scholars and researchers from widening countries are not that successful.
It didn't help. Widening instrument did not help to change the...
No, take it easy. Take it easy, Stephen. I would like you, step one, and we're in touch anyway. Step one will be that you will read the web pages. It's on the web of the ERC. What the widening group has been doing and what it has done and produced. The example I gave with the Czech Republic did not fall out of the blue sky. Suddenly you get one country who got the joke, so to speak, and that produced those 8 grants overnight, literally, in 1 year. Things are moving on. We have a great chair, he's Polish, a Polish neuroscientist, that's what he is. Great guy, and slowly, it's a very slow process, but what we are seeing, and this is, for me, this is very important, is that step by step, the widening countries are going up. So it's not, a miracle that's going to occur overnight. But and there's a lot of them. We include Spain and Italy in widening countries. You have to know that because of various results, etc. It's a very complicated, I talked about family, I talked about helping each other, etc. This is one of the key things that we have to do as a community of, let's call it, widening countries. It's not just Croatia, it's not just Slovenia, it's not just anything. Like you mentioned, Israel, etc. I had great dealings with Israel, very, very excellent dealings. So I understand what you're talking about. But every opportunity that crops up should be taken advantage of. I can't promise when, because nobody, not even Maria Lachting, could promise this. But one day, the whole widening country concept is going to die out. Mark my words. There's going to be equality between the various research communities all over Europe. I won't be around, don't worry, it's going to happen in the distant future. So since I won't be around, you won't have the time to complain, this is it. But you have to contribute too. This is my last thought.
Thank you, Professor.
Just to let you know, we always argue to each other. So we like each other, but we always fight. So don't worry about this.
Thank you, Professor Gitz-Fuchs. As a widening NCP, I'm quite invested in the topic myself. We'll get to it. I'm a widening NCP, so I'm quite invested in the topic myself. We'll get to it a bit later. Thank you for your contribution.
Topics as well. When I say the average Croatian researcher does not even look at what's happening, so to speak, on the web pages of it's not just the ERC, it's other stuff as well. All the European funded, led, whatever you write, things. But reading these things, you get a sense of what's going on. And as far as widening instance, I spoke in the European Parliament about this because we were talking about academic freedom. I did a speech, God forbid, I mean, that would be a highlight of my, please, you have to speak. A lot of people are not aware of the concept of widening in research.
Yes.
What are the implications, etc. So it gets boring, but you speak. End of story.
That's exactly why we're having our panel here today. Thank you. Professor Jonic, you already in a bit answered my next question. So you had an idea and you refined it into a clear ERC narrative. And Dr. Bjažić, I wanted to ask, what helped you refine your idea into this ERC narrative? Did you find a formula for it?
No.
It seems you did.
No, it was really difficult because at the time when we approached the ERC, actually there was not ERC central point person at the time.
ERC NCP at that time.
Yes, this is, thank you for mentioning.
Yeah, that was very probable. Yeah, but in the last 2 years there were 4 of them. Yeah. And then we were lucky actually that we had a friend, a colleague who already win it. So actually that was like, asking question, what should we do actually. It was Jasenka Gudelj, the first ERC winner in the field of humanities. And actually she helped us a great deal. That was the only way. So writing this proposal was quite stressful, and that was the reason, because there was a lot of questions that we didn't know the answers. So we visited Jasenka in Venice, and actually it was in the final of the of delivering. It was just even 5 days before the final deadline. So it was quite an experience.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing the experience. Professor Šepić,
yeah, but I was just to say that we also have now actually a bit of problem when we are guiding the ERCs.
We'll get to that part as well.
I hope so.
Professor Šepić, Professor Jonic, two-time ERC grantees. I wanted to ask, from your perspective, what truly makes an ERC proposal stand out? Professor Šepić.
Thank you. Well, Martin already said a lot on this topic. So I would say the first thing is to have an idea that will attract the attention of panelists and then of reviewists, and then that this idea should represent a substantial contribution to the field. So it should be something new, something that was not done before, and you should make, I believe, the panel members and the reviewers, you should convince them that you are the right person to do this job. So I think both of these things are very important. And as I said, why do I think that my idea went so good was first thing that this was not done before, even though this database was available. And another thing that I think is very good, that when you get to the second round and you get the reviewers are actually experts in your field. So it is very good to have these experts review you, and they know how feasible is this idea. So you should also have, once you get to the second round, a very feasible work plan and a very sound science.
Professor Ivanic?
Well, I mean, you always need idea, of course, that's why they're called ideas, but you need the environment. So let's say I mentioned that I built up the research group, which was competitive, and many of them have been actually better than me in many respects in that part of their life. So you have to, I mean, you have to mature this idea that you need competition with others, international collaboration, and then through all this process, of course, you are eager to get the best grant, get the money, get new people, and so on. So I don't think that it's kind of big deal. I mean, I usually read these documents and take project manager. Project managers are extremely important for this part of our life nowadays, because administration is very strong, complicated, and so in many respects in my professional life, in the application to other projects, project managers were really good in touching the issue, which are important, even in but I don't understand them in a way the same. But you know, again, you need people that help you to mature idea and then say, let's put it as a grant.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the role of research and project managers as well. So now you have the idea, you've crafted the proposal, and now you're going for the interview. So the ERCEA interview is often described as one of the most intense professional moments. So I'm just wondering, how did you prepare for it, and which strategies worked best for you, Dr. Jajic-Klarin?
Actually, the strategy was to involve as much people as I could, colleagues and actually friends who are in the field of history of architecture and art history. So I actually organized by myself several, let's say, interviews, one-to-one, in a way that I present, and then actually that I get a feedback that they were actually asking me questions. And also, it was mentioned before, I also prepared, it was also something that Jasenka and also colleague Chiara Bonfiglioli, who is also ERCEA grantee, actually recommended, and I used one of these agencies to prepare for the interview, although you mentioned that it was not a very clever thing to do, but actually it helped me out a bit, because actually it was just 2 sessions. And the first one was related to preparation, to presentation, and actually to stimulate this environment. And also then you have to invite your also colleagues. I invited colleagues from established institutions. So actually in a way it prepared me a bit, just in regards the stress and the minutes you have to answer, because you just have, I had 20 minutes, and I now heard that it's even less. That now I think a colleague suggested me that it's today, how many? I had a 20 minutes interview, 5 minutes presentation, and now it's even 3 minutes. So this period becomes even shorter because of the much more proposals you get. So actually that was a kind of useful for me, as it was for other colleagues who suggested me, because all 3 of us won the ERCEA, so maybe it was not useful.
So practice, as Mr. Penny said.
Yeah.
Professor,
and a lot of nice people who wants to listen to you and want to help you.
Professor Šepić, did you get any unexpected questions, or maybe difficult questions?
Well, first I would say that this is a very good approach to follow, but Professor Jajic-Klarin, and I did not follow this approach, and I prepared for the interview myself, but I was kind of convinced that I will not answer all the questions because I knew the topic. So I got a lot of questions. First of all, I was surprised how well the panelists knew what to ask. So it was obvious, I think, that they were asking questions sent by the reviewers, because these were highly specialized questions. And most of the questions I did not answer to, but there was a comment that I completely misunderstood the concept of risk versus concept of hazard. Okay. And apparently it was true, but I just said, oh, I'm sorry, I did not know about this, I apologize. And so they didn't hold this against me. But I have to say that following the interview, I felt that this was very bad, and I'm certainly not going to get the grant. But later, everyone told me that they had the same feeling, because everyone was very kind and polite, but somehow they have this attitude that you are like, you are not very good. Yes, it's kind of hostile.
Professor Jonic, did you have a bad feeling as well after the interviews, or?
When at the interview?
Yeah, after the interview.
Based on my hair, you can guess that when I got first advanced grant, we didn't have interview.
Oh, okay.
We didn't have interview, but I did have interview in my second or third attempt when I was in second round, but I failed the interview during Corona time. I don't know, hard to say, because you never write such a grant like ERC without having already 70% of preliminary data there. I mean, it's I think because you don't go that far without having foundation that not published, of course. Yeah, 50%. Okay, you are. Yeah, at least I was pushy. So the questions that were raised were fair enough. I was dealing with most of them quite well, but not with one. And there was question about depletion of some cells. And I was kind of nervous because they said, well, that's all what we have nowadays. And if we have in the future something better, I will include something better. That's probably not proper answer, but I don't think that I failed because of that. Probably I failed because my project was not in phase 2 and ranked so good to be financed. So I personally don't like interviews. And the interviews are I'm an old-fashioned guy, of course. I'm allowed to be conservative. But I think people may give a lot of interview and present themselves better than the grant is and other way around. But again, I may be completely wrong.
It's about selling the story, selling your project, yeah. Okay, so life after grant. Your project starts, you receive the grant. ERC projects sometimes take unforeseen directions. Did you encounter these unexpected difficulties or some unexpected opportunities maybe during the implementation? Professor Šepić.
Okay, thank you. Well, so first of all, I had, when I got the grant, first thing that I did was to move it to another institution. So this was the first difficulty, but it went rather well. The second was that I had to postpone the start for 1 year because I just gave a birth of the child, but this all went well from the ERC side. This was very easy. Then the next one was that there was also COVID when I started my grant. So because of this, all the planned trips and collaborations, we could not do any of this. But okay, so ERC also was very nice here and gave an extension of the project of 6 months, for which I'm thankful. Then one of the challenges, I would say, is to employ researchers, because the salary is the same as for all other PhD students and postdocs in Croatia. So if for foreign people to come, it is not so attractive to come to Croatia, even if it is for an ERC project. And for our people to come, it is all right, but not if they have a better offer, and this is a position funded by the Ministry of Education and Science. So I had like 2 colleagues that were employed on my project as a postdocs, but as soon as the position opened in the system, they moved to the position in the system because this offered like a chance to proceed. So I think, yeah, these were main challenges.
Okay, Professor Jonic, maybe from your side.
We're talking about challenging.
Yeah, some unforeseen directions, some unforeseen challenges, maybe some new opportunities that arose from your project.
Well, I mean, challenges are, again, part of our experimental biology life, yeah? So I had, my challenges was hard experiments there because we proposed some very difficult experiments which are not easily conducted, and particularly which is, in order to get maximum yield of experiments, we didn't have technology. So we had to establish collaboration with the friends abroad and so on. So this was challenging in a way, but I didn't really experience a real hardcore challenge because I was at the same time raising good people. Yeah, so.
Would you mind
So
just...
I was at the same time looking at the people that have engaged in the ERC grant, how they were progressing. And so this keeps your life happy. If you're a scientist, if you're a PI leader, the best part of your life is actually seeing young fellows processing in their development.
Great, thank you. Dr. Bjažić-Klarin, your ERC project just started. They require both high ambition and credible feasibility. So I was just wondering, how did you manage this balance when you were writing your project?
It was also difficult because we didn't have a kind of template and didn't see any ERC proposal to know to figure out how much activities I should plan. But actually now we are dealing with it. And it's very important regarding the ambitions, it's very important, as someone mentioned, that you have a project manager. Yeah, it's very important for the feasibility of the project. And actually, then we come to one more problem. Today, I actually had, in Croatia, I'm leading the project at the Institute. We had a competition for this position, and it's really very hard to find such professional to deal with ERC project who has actually enough experience. So actually we just had 3 persons who applied for the position, and actually only the one had
such an experience.
That actually has results and actually had the quality to do such a job. So it's also one of the problems that we must be aware in Croatia when we speak about ERC projects, because actually it's very important and it's impossible to lead the ERC project without project manager. It's for sure.
Thank you for raising these questions today as well. So now we are getting to the widening part. Professor Jonić, I just have to ask you, given your long-standing experience in the European research landscape, how do you assess our position within the ERC ecosystem, as well as the position of widening countries in general? Are there any structural challenges or gaps that maybe we should address, or that should be addressed at the EU policy level? So please.
Well, thank you for this question. I'm really grateful, because this has been topic of my hobby for decades, I think that when I say we, not only Croatia, but most of widening countries, although there are big differences between individual widening countries. We all like Europe, love Europe, we like ERC, we like this, but we are not happy that progress concerning the success rate. ERC is just example for the lagging behind of widening country and comparing with the EU 15 countries. So money-wise, for instance, project you can calculate. It's also like, in Horizon ERC is, I read it in the Science Europe, Science Business Journal. So it's like 381 million widening country versus 7.3 billion EU countries. So like several EU countries like Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Germany, France, and Israel are individually getting more than all these countries together. Of course, this is not good for us. This is not good for Europe. And I think that it's a responsibility. I agree with Martin. I discussed with him that major responsibility on our side. We didn't recognize the problem. We are not probably using the right way to select best people, to keep our best mind, to recruit people that are already abroad, and so on and so on. But the responsibility is also European. We are living in the same community. If the gap proceeds for next 10 and 20 years, that this conflict will create new conflicts. And that's something that we together have to think about. And we have numerous ideas how to bring ERC more in these countries, or ERC-like projects. There were several ideas. One idea was during the Bourguignon time that I pointed out in Ruđer Bošković Institute, that why ERC does not have a call for widening countries exclusively. And then he said, oh, we cannot compromise with excellence. Of course not. But if the call is supposed to be conducted in widening country, but excellence PI can be from Japan, from everywhere, who cares? They will take young fellows, the best ones, select the best one, Polacks, Czechs, Croats, Serbs, I don't know. And then, you know, you create a center of excellence, which are be competitive in the future. So there's a lot of good things, including widening instruments, but somehow widening countries, the distribution of money or project in widening countries, just in this, Milan will hate it because I'm already going to widening, is again this equilibrium. Some countries like Croatia are getting very little or close to zero, and other countries are getting too much. How come, if this is capacity building project, doesn't fit to the logic of a capacity building project? So I know everything about this. It doesn't mean that I'm right, but I'm happy to communicate with this on different level, because this is our life and this is our future.
Thank you. Professor Jonic and I already had a lot of talks regarding this topic. Professor Šepić, we remain below the EU average. What do you see as the main reasons for this?
So, well, first, probably what Professor Jonic said is one of the reasons. So I would say when I applied for the starting grant, I thought that the main reason we get little grants is that we don't have enough applications and that we should have more applications. So I still think that we should have more applications, even though I don't know the exact numbers, but we will then have more grants, of course. But now, after leading one grant and just recently getting another one and being an ambassador, I would say that one of the issues for this low success rate is also very weak institutional support to the ERC projects. I would say that from the national side there are quite nice programs. So national support is, I would say, it's good. There are a lot of opportunities. Ministries funding additional jobs. They are funding these schemes to go abroad and learn from other ERC winners, and also funding research in some part. But I would say that institutions are not providing enough support for these applications. And I noticed this especially now when I was in Brussels for this ambassador for the ERC meeting, where we have two groups of people. One group from the widening countries and one group from the Western European countries, I would say. And we were talking about completely different problems. The people from the Western Europe could not understand what we were talking about. They were like, oh no, this is not happening, this is not true. And they were surprised by this lack of support. And so my suggestion is that the ministry pressures institutions to offer more support to ERC applications, ERC winners, and so on.
Thank you so much. Dr. Bjažić-Klarin, also looking ahead, what kind of institutional or national support you feel would most strengthen our ERC readiness, let's call it?
I also would like to mention the fact that we actually get the help from Ministry of Science and Education. And we applied for this program for preparing the grants, and we get money twice, first when we were applying for the first step and then for the interview. And if you ask me, I think the problem is that actually the people are not used to apply to projects, and not many people, unfortunately, are not willing to apply also. And most of them actually I hope will try to do it. Particularly, the reason is that the Croatian Scientific Foundation is actually cutting down the funding. So actually that's also the reason why there is so much more ERC proposals. Actually, I saw now that it was when I get the grant, it was 40% to get in, and now it's 11%. So probably that this number will shrinking. So actually, I think it's very important to get support in a way to prepare people how to write these proposals and to get this experience.
Thank you. That's why our info day and this panel is really important to hear your thoughts and to know more about your experiences. So, as a final round of my questions before we open the questions for audience, I just wanted to ask, what is the key piece of advice that you can offer Croatian researchers when they are preparing their ERC proposals? maybe Professor Jonjic, if you can, what is the key piece of advice you can offer as our last question, yes, before we open put the questions from the audience?
Sorry, I see. Well, advice. Work hard, read a lot, try to get idea, never give up, and fight not in a strict sense, but that's it. Yeah. So I tell you, I will repeat it again. I started like this. My idea was to select around me, people that are, from my point of view, much better than myself, young fellows, and they did it. I was just, accompanying them. Yeah? What else to say?
Thank you. Professor Šepić?
Well, similar, I would say make a decision, so make a firm decision to apply, make a commitment, so give yourself enough time to write the application, and what I always say is that with ERC application do not use approach, I will say in Croatian, ako prođe, because it will not, so really write this proposal in the best way that you can.
Thank you.
The same, I really don't have anything to add to this.
Thank you.
Yeah, work hard and believe in yourself. And if when I say work hard, it means that at the end of this project, I think that I worked about at least 16 hours a day in the final. So it really asks for dedication. Maybe someone who is better organized than I am, maybe will not be in that situation, but it was really hard to work it, and I was very glad, of course, then when this result came out.
Okay, thank you. It's good to keep that in mind. So thank you to our panelists for these insights. I will now invite questions from the audience here in the room as well as online. Please take this time, use this time to approach our panelists, to ask them any of the questions they maybe haven't answered and you were looking forward to hearing them about it. So please, what do you feel is the biggest obstacle for you when you are submitting your ERC proposal? Which part of the discussion would you like the panelists maybe to expand on?
And just a little note, please focus your questions on the presentations that you've just heard. So, namely Mr. Perry's presentation and our panelists here. We'll just switch the mics. Okay, just a second. Go. Thank you. Do we have any questions in the audience? Okay, excellent. So maybe if you can state your name.
Zoran from Catholic University of Croatia. How hard is to get the colleagues from abroad, not from Croatia, in terms of salary in Croatia?
Who would like to answer this question?
Within the team. It is a big problem.
Well, the problem is nowadays our salaries are much higher than 3 years ago, but also the expenses are higher. So nowadays, for somebody coming today, this morning I discussed with somebody in the audience. If you are a PhD student in Switzerland, it was always expensive, Switzerland. But nowadays, if somebody wants to stay in Zagreb or Rijeka, he or she has to pay single 600 euro minimum, 500 euros. So it's like not half of salary, but almost. So it's not great to get foreign. Yet, if you are if your research topic is of interest, we can get somebody. We used to get somebody from abroad, and some were really good, some were not as good. So it works. Science is not only money, so we should give a try. We cannot impact the salary. Salaries is not on our agenda.
Yeah, we then come to the problem of housing, actually. How to actually find an apartment and how actually with this payment pay. So that's something that we are dealing now, because we will have one foreign researcher on our project.
Okay. Would you like to?
Yes, we can connect this to the first question we see from Slido. What about team members? How big the team can be? And are PhD students and postdocs eligible to be included in as team members?
Professor Šepić, maybe from your experience, do you have PhD students? Do you have postdocs?
Yes, I have both PhD student and postdocs, so you can include them in the proposal. I was writing, I won a starting grant proposal, so they were not named. I just had a salary plan for them. So yes, you can include them, and the team can be as big as you want to. As for the starting grant team, the main thing is that you are there, so it's like you are the main contributor, and actually I didn't have anybody else named in the team. But I suppose for the advanced grant it is not like this, you should have other people named as well.
I mean, it's hard. Maybe somebody can answer for starting grant. But and in biology, immunology, you need several, I would say, roughly 4 to 5 people organizing for the big grant like ERCEA. But it depends whether you have in institution good core facilities. If you have good core facilities, then you can compensate this with the spending more money for consumables or machines and so on. So it's hard to say strictly that 3, 4, 5 is sufficient. I don't know, Marco, how many people you intend to have in your starting grant?
I think.
Wow, okay. More than I had for the advanced grant, okay.
I think the ERC was quite clear about this fact, that actually the number of so-called seniors and juniors should be balanced. So someone told me that if I, for instance, choose 6 seniors and I have 2 juniors, I mean postdocs and docs, that I will not get it. So actually it must be balanced.
Okay, there's no magic formula. I mean, it really depends on the research that you're proposing, and you need, when you're setting out the research, to think about the staffing that's going to be put in place. There isn't a magic formula in terms of should I only have PhD students? Should I have a mixture of PhD students or postdocs?
No.
Think about the experience levels. If there are things which are more challenging, more complex, where you need more experienced people, then you will need more postdocs. There isn't a magic formula. There isn't an ERC rule that you should have one or another. Think about what you need. Think about what you need in terms of doing the research well, and make sure that that's described in your proposal in terms of how the ambition of the idea is matched with the staffing that's going to be put in place to do it. So that it's really your choice up to the level of the budget that's available to you.
Would you like to take the next question as well?
Sure, I'm happy to take the question. I'm not sure I understand it fully, but I think it's in terms of, do you need a partnership or a collaborator, maybe industry partner or something like that?
Yes.
You can, but you don't have to. It doesn't necessarily help you or doesn't necessarily hinder you. It's really describing whether it adds value to your research answer and the proposal you're putting forward. It isn't, say for example, for a starting grant, they can be tempted to say, this is the first major grant I've had. Will I be credible as a starting grantee unless I'm involving somebody else? But actually, yes, you are. If this is your idea and you're putting it forward and you've shown that you have the idea and the way in which it's going to be implemented, then you don't necessarily need to have a collaborator or a partnership. If there is certain areas of research where perhaps you have no experience and you can draw on the experience of a collaborator, then include them. But it's really your choice. There's no magic formula again. It's not necessarily an added value. What you don't want to do is make your grant about somebody else. That the partnership is so much involved with this other person that it doesn't become your idea anymore. So think about the balance and what the message that sends out.
Professor Šepić and Professor Šestan, you agree with this part regarding the starting grant? Did you have any collaborators or? Okay.
I'll give you a mic, it's easier.
I'm sorry. Martin, yeah, sorry for that. No, in the end, this was my idea and I didn't want to share it because I truly, deeply believe it in myself that I can do all of this. It will not be easy because it's a combination of different fields such as immunology, neuroscience, etc. But you know, I also consider this as a learning period that I will grow as a scientist. So I really didn't want to put any partnership to be involved because I want to be my own PI in the end. So yeah, maybe Profesorica Šepić can answer even better than me.
Same as Marko. Same.
Okay. Thank you. We can maybe move on to the...
Professor Jonic.
Oh, sorry, Professor.
Yeah, I think partnership is very important. It's extremely important because, you know, otherwise you enter into your cycle and you believe everything is fine. So in my experience, partnership, particularly very good foreign group when we are looking from our country, and when you are visiting them, discussing science, you always gain much more than you contribute to the future through future publication and so on. So it's not formal partnership always, but it's partnership because science is collaborative.
So we are here getting into differences between the starting grant and the advanced grant. Dr. Lubjažić-Klarin.
Consolidated grant.
Consolidated, sorry.
I have a partner. Actually, he's a historian. I have a partner. He's a historian, and he's actually somehow guiding the historians within the research. And actually, I think that it's Professor Igor Duda from Sveučilište Jurja Dobrijela in Pula, and I think his Institute for Research of Socialism actually helped and contributed to my proposal.
Thank you. Manuel, maybe we can move on to the next question.
Yes, well, the final question we received on Slido will be answered during the next block, so we'll transfer it to then. Do we have any other questions now in the audience? Oh, yes, okay, we have Professor Loud. Yeah, sorry. A separate presentation on advanced grant, there won't be such a presentation here, but we'll have another panel with individual grantees.
So, Gordon Loud from Genos, I have a ERC synergy grant. So, my experience is that in Croatian public institution, the largest obstacle is the lack of institutional support, project officers, administration, and so on. So would you share my conclusion, and what should we actually do about it? Because we're talking the same thing for the 20 years, and I think our institution is only getting worse and worse.
Yeah, that's true. Particularly when you come to, let's say, a small institute like the Institute of Art Histories. So actually, I know that Ruđer Bošković has the project department, and actually they also helped us quite a great deal because they actually had a lot of experience, and we are actually lacking the staff in that way for project development and even for support the ERC everyday work.
Professor Jonic?
I mean, you usually don't get support from institutions that you by default expect. And unfortunately, it's life. Sometimes you do, but most of the cases you don't get. So you work for it. But Gordon pointed out administrative issues. Everybody complains about ministry very frequently without any reason. But within institution, you're not supposed to complain. Yeah? And actually, how we solve this issue? In my group, in the institute that I used to run until recently, we invented the project manager team that is actually supposed to follow calls, to follow the grant with regard to issue that day, and actually they are great. If you they really take this and this is great help for you as a PI. So I don't know, maybe Gordon, you are better in handling, but I'm terrible in this. I mean, I would actually probably finish somewhere else, hopefully not in jail, just because I was not running my grant properly. But thanks to this project manager, everything was fine, actually. I have a joke about this. When I had an NIH grant, and they sent how do you say this, when they said somebody from abroad, and they said somebody from UK, and the guy said, no coffee, nothing. He didn't really want to have anything with us except of Next day, he came and said, well, now we can have a lunch. I said, why? Yesterday you didn't want to have a coffee. He said, you know, everything was perfect. And I pointed out to the Annie Gerbin, who was project manager in my team, and many of people know her, and that was actually her contribution. You know, like, you know, you want to spend something, let's spend this money from this source to another source. She said, no, it doesn't work that way because this is against principle. So this, the expertise of project team is important. But again, there are PIs which are great in that, so they don't need expertise.
Thank you.
To you, Laus, if you think we're having problems, even organizing this info day or whatever it's called was a major effort. So, I mean, organizing this, it took, I don't know the exact number of people, Emmanuel probably does, institutions of the highest rank, and I thought I was running like a hamster around, you know, those circular, whatever they're called for these animals. I don't know why it's so difficult. And Stepane, don't worry, if you end up in jail, I'll bring you food, okay?
Just bring me a book.
And we have another contribution.
So it was a trick question from my end because I know the solution. So I ran a private research institute which I founded 20 years ago, when I gave up from the Croatian public institutions because it will never become better because they're governed in a socialist manner. We vote about everything and the majority will never support the best. So we cannot expect our institutions to support people who got ERCEA or Horizon grants simply because the fact that you got it made everybody else in the institution worse. So it's a structural problem. I solve it in my institution, so I have an institute with 60 researchers and 9 people in the project office. We have project managers, we have project administrators, they do most of the work. So that's a solution, but I don't know how to implement it in the public institutions.
Thank you, Professor Lautz.
Do we have any more questions from the audience? If not, please let's give a warm round of applause for our panelists.
And we will now break for coffee. But just before that, let me draw your attention to the event evaluation. As you can see here, we have a QR code displayed on the video wall, and we would be really grateful if you could fill out the evaluation form to tell us how to improve in the future. Enjoy the coffee and see you at 12:50. Sure? Excellent. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a pleasant break, and we will now continue with one of the most anticipated segments of today's program, insights from ERCEA evaluation panel members. At the end of this block, we will hold a second Q&A session dedicated specifically to the questions related to this part of the program. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Ida Rafaeli, panel member for Social Sciences and Humanities, Professor Iva Tolic, panel member for Life Sciences, and Professor Blažen Kamelic, panel member for Physical Sciences and Engineering. They will share key recommendations, common pitfalls, and practical advice derived from their experience evaluating ERC proposals. Please join me on the stage, ladies. A round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm very pleased to be here and to have the opportunity to share with you my experience from the work as a panel member in the SH4 panel for Consolidator grant, and as well as a remote panel member and cross-panel member for the same panel for the advanced grants. So as you can see from my title of my talk, I will go behind the doors of the panel and share with you some insights, what's happening actually when the proposals are submitted, and how the panel works, and what are the steps that we have to take into consideration. So, as we already heard from Martin, there are two main aspects of evaluation. First of all, the evaluation of the project proposal, and it's the most important part of the evaluation. And the second part is the evaluation of the PI's scientific capacity, expertise, potential for novel thinking, for novel research methodologies, etc. And in both cases, the sole criterion that is strictly always repeated to panel members is this scientific excellence. So nothing else actually matters. It's scientific excellence that should be assessed in both cases. As we know, there are two steps, two levels of the assessment. The first step, the step 1, includes the assessments of the B1 part, the so-called extended synopsis, and also the PI's CV. I would like to say that panelists actually work as generalists. It means that we get project proposals from different areas, not just close to our research expertise. For example, last time I got 27 different research project proposals in linguistics in general. So not just fitting, let's say, my niche of expertise. And at the end of the meeting, we make a joint decision on advancing the project proposal to step 2 or on rejecting it. When advanced to the step 2 level, the full proposal is assessed. Also, again, with the extended synopsis, with the CV of the PI, and the evaluation is at this level of assessment made by remote or experts, external reviewers, and by panelists again. So we have now a base data, lots of data about the project, and also the final decision is made by panelists based on the reviews and on the comments. As we already heard, the interview is a very important part of the step 2 assessment. And I would not say that the panel members are hostile. They just have lots of mutual agreements about questions, about comments they will make to the applicant, and we are strict, let's say. We just have to be strict for getting more and more better informations about the project proposal, clarifications, description of something that has not been described or set up in a clear manner. And now I would like to say a few words about what actually groundbreaking nature of the project means. Eva will talk a little bit later about this difference between groundbreaking aspect and incremental aspect of the project. However, I would like to demystify a little bit, or to classify some of the most important aspects of what panel actually assess as groundbreaking on different levels of the proposal. First of all, the project should introduce novel approaches, novel ideas, it should open up also new avenues for future research, should explore not explored and researched topics, or in a different way. And also what I think it's very important is to offer a critical approach to the existing research, because in the forums for the panel members there is a question whether the proposal or the project goes beyond the state of the art. And what actually does it mean to go beyond the state of the art? It means that you really provide new theoretical concepts. That's very important to set up, as well as it is very important to introduce changes in the research paradigm. That's on the theoretical level, it's what groundbreaking means. On the methodological level, it means that you provide new methods, that you provide new approaches, or that you provide a new combination of existing methods. And this is also very interesting and very important and very fascinating to see that you can combine different types of methods in a new manner for getting new results and for providing new outcomes. Also, one of the questions is whether the project is ambitious. So what does it mean for the project to be ambitious? It means that it should set up ambitious objectives and outcomes, also with the potential of reframing existing theoretical and methodological frameworks. And the notion of high risk and high gain is not in the focus of the assessment anymore, and we are constantly instructed to refrain ourselves of assessing whether the project is high risk and high gain, although there is very often in the proposal about high risk and gain, high gain aspect of a potential project. And I would like to say a few words about the interdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity. It's challenging. As I told you, I worked also as a cross-panel member. It means that I was invited to, in advanced grant for the SH4, I was invited to another panel because it was about the project that also had something to do with linguistics. It is strongly, as you know, encouraged by the ERCEA, but it's not necessary for the project to be assessed as excellent. It's not necessary for the project to be interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary. And it's a challenge for the panel to assess an interdisciplinary project. I would agree with this statement, and we can also discuss it a little bit later in more details. My second part of the presentation will be focused on the B1 part of the proposal. Why? Because I think it's the first piece of work, it's the first piece of material the panelists get from the proposal. It's something that you read, and based on what you read, you advance or you accept the proposal to go to the step 2, or you reject it. I think I also decided to talk about B1 part because of the potential applicants for synergy, for starting and consolidator grants. Because from my work as panel member in consolidator grant, there is a huge difference between some extended synopses, which are excellent, and some that are written in the last minute and you see it actually. And this is why I have chosen to talk a little bit more about this B1 part. So first of all, what you need to highlight, to set up clearly are research questions and research goals. Because later on in the synopsis, you will relay them to the work packages and to this architecture of the work packages, and that's how you really see the comprehension of the project and by the applicant. Second is this theoretical background, not just to get an overview, but also to show, to offer new ideas, to identify areas for the improvement, to identify the gaps that are missing in the research field you are intending to cover with your research. And also, this way you demonstrate kind of systematic knowledge, and you really can be closer actually to being assessed with a better grade. Secondly, what's also important are clear and measurable outcomes. And here I point to two things. First of all, this is about theoretical concepts as well. There are many proposals that provide only so-called deliverables, concrete products like, I don't know, computational resources, databases, etc. This is not enough. Each project should also provide new theoretical concepts. That's groundbreaking. That's something, that's the real improvement of the research and within the research field. And these products should be, let's say, databases, computational resources in our case. This should be applicable later on. It should also have a potential for the research improvement and for the improvement of the knowledge in the research field. VPs, work packages. Work packages are, I would say, the most demanding part of the proposal. Work packages showcase on the step 1 in the B1 part the feasibility of the project. It shows the comprehension, the articulation of the project, some methodological procedures, methods that will be used, and they should be related to goals and to research questions. In fact, each VP should, in a way, give the answer or potential answer to your research question, and this is what is important. When you see a good or well structured relation of the VPs, you are really convinced about the knowledge of the applicant and what he or she will do with the research, and also the immersion in the topic. So this is something that you can really read from the proposal. And as a linguist, I have to say a few words about the language. The language should be clear and simple. When it's written in a clear and simple manner, it really reflects the articulation, the conception of the entire project, and that the applicant has considered in many details, in many important details. There is no need of complex phrasings, terms, etc. It is really the essential thing is to be clear, to be simple, and to give perhaps some illustrative examples to facilitate the understanding of the idea, of the general idea. I will not go into details with the full proposal, with the B2 part, but I would just add something to what we heard. It's very important to make the VP's architecture interrelated, to show that each member of your team has its own task, has its own place in the research, is expert perhaps for one of the VPs, and that will enable the execution of the project. And what is always good to have, to see, are drafts, are tables, are pictures, like a kind of a mental map. Because when you see it visually structured, then you can very easily understand what is it about. We heard something about the CV. The CV is about researchers or applicants' achievements, major research outputs, and I would always opt for a narrative CV. It's a kind of your scientific story. It's a kind of a combination of your biography and bibliography, where you can actually explain what you did in one of your papers, books, etc. And you can really tell a story about yourself, and it's so good to read such a CV. It's much easier to understand the excellence, let's say, of the applicant. Also, peer recognition should be mentioned, potential organizational skills, PhD supervisions, postdoc supervisions, although it's not the basis for the assessment of applicants' excellence, but it's good actually, don't omit it, although it's not necessary in the last call to mention it. And what is always communicated in all the guidelines, in all the advices to panel members, is that institution and journal impact factor do not determine the applicant. So you don't look at the publication, the journal where the paper has been published. You look, you read it actually, and you give your own decision. You judge at your own whether the project, whether the paper really or the applicant has this feature of scientific excellence or not. Panel members panel gives the feedback after both steps. In case of rejection, what are we instructed to do is to make a compilation of comments, and the comments should be transparent, informative, precise, and foremost polite. Politeness, we didn't talk about politeness, but politeness is a major notion when you do your panel review, when you communicate with the applicant during the interview, and when you provide the feedback to the to applicants with unfortunately rejected proposals. Of course, this is a great starting point for resubmitting the proposal, but it does not ensure that you will be accepted in the second round. Last time we had the project that was accepted in the fourth round. So the effort pays off in the end. And finally, I will not finish my talk with any kind of conclusion, because there is no conclusion about what I said. But I would like to finish with these two quotations from Maria Sklodowska-Curie. which I think so clearly and so vividly illustrate motivation, eagerness of each scientist, but also of each ERC applicant, and also finally and ultimately the reward after the effort when once the project is accepted. That's all for the introduction, and thank you very much.
I guess I'm supposed to say something now. So Ida, first thank you for covering almost everything. So I will just add a few things. Basically, I start with my personal view of some of the things that you said. And first thing is this groundbreaking thing. What is really groundbreaking? If you are thinking, what is really groundbreaking in my field? What could be such an idea? Then think about the best papers that you have read in the last 5 or 10 years in your field. When you read a paper and you thought, wow, that's so cool, why didn't I think of this? This is so smart. Why didn't anybody before address this question? This is so exciting. Or this problem has been going on for a long time, but these people solved it because they developed a new method or they had some new idea. So think about these moments when you were really excited about somebody's work in your field, and this is the kind of work you need to do and make the panel members and the reviewers excited to say really, wow, this is so cool. So yeah, that's about groundbreaking. Then you mentioned also clear and simple writing. This is super important. I would even say honest writing. Really, honestly, you are writing for the scientists. Some people still think that all EU projects are read by some EU bureaucrats or whoever these are, but ERC projects are definitely read by scientists, the panel members, the generalists, and then the best people in your field. So you are writing for them. You have to explain it to them. So you have to be the most honest, simple, and to the point as you can be. So in this case, think about that you are writing for your friend scientist, some scientist you respect, and it's somebody who is friendly and who really understands the thing. And this person asks you, so what's new in your project? Why is your project cool? Then write it in this way, how you would explain it to your friend scientist. Why is this really important and groundbreaking? How will it change the field? Then your friend will say, yeah, but you will not be able to do it because this method cannot achieve it or whatever. Then you have to fight for it, you have to explain. Most methods cannot do it, but I will design a new method and so on. So really like you are talking to a scientist friend who will find all the weaknesses that it's either not novel or not important or too narrow or too broad or not connected or not feasible. Your friend who will really find all the problems, and you have to explain it in a clear and simple and honest way how you will solve these problems. And then I had another topic, independence. Independence, yes. So we didn't talk about independence at all, related to the young scientists, the one applying for the starting grant, independence in terms of intellectual independence from the previous supervisors. And this is especially relevant for places like Croatia, where most young people stay in the same institution, even in the same department, even within the same lab as the supervisor who was their supervisor for postdoc, or even PhD, or even it's the same person. So this is really generally not advisable, but this is how it happens. So then, if you are applying for a starting grant, you have to make sure that you are intellectually independent of your supervisor. You first have to really decide to work on a project that your supervisor is not working on. You have to really talk honestly with your former supervisor to divide which part of the previous project you were working on the supervisor is going to take over and which part you are going to take over, or if you are starting something completely new. And you have to explain this in your application somehow honestly, just to say that you talked with your supervisor. You don't need any letters and signatures and stamps. You just have to show that you have discussed this with your supervisor and that you have a certain agreement that he or she will do this and you will do this, and that you will be intellectually independent. Just describe it honestly how you will be independent. So that's important for the starting grants. And I think that's it for me for now.
Okay, maybe I can continue. It's a bit different in my panel. I was in static panel 2023 and 5, and I'm a theoretical physicist. And this is obviously a difference to linguistic and social sciences because we don't like charts. This means that you really do not know what to do, how to present your idea has to be very clear, it's not only theoretical physics, of course, and this is also another point which I would like to stress. We are not experts in all of this, because this is fundamental fields and matter, something like this, PA2, and it covers cosmology, astrophysics, so particle physics also covers theoretical physics, quantum physics, partially. And then you have to, since we got a lot of projects and you cannot be expert in all of these particular areas, and this is not our task, I mean we have referees for this, but still you have to understand it. So I think the main point is that it has to be very clearly written what you want to achieve, very understandable, and especially first part, because we have, I don't know how it's in other fields, but we had huge enhancement in applications. It started 2023, I think it was 115 applications in the first round, and 2 years later was 181. So this is some 63% or something like this increase in the application. So it's very difficult for us. For example, in my case, I had in the first round 32 projects to pass through, to associate with referees, to make marks, to discuss. And in the second, 2 years later, we got 44. This was already on the level of, we couldn't do it, and this is probably the reason why we started to do now changing bit procedure and put it shorter, and so because it was unbearable. And we increased the panel with a couple, I think 2 or 3 people more, but we cannot, we were already quite large, and applications, a lot of people are applying. So, but the message, thanks. The message which I would like to say, a lot of talking were about what one should do, but I would emphasize what one shouldn't do, and this is don't be discouraged. I think it's a perspective in Croatia. We are not good enough. We cannot apply. People are so much smarter. They're coming from Harvard, MIT in our case of physics, Perimeter, Cornell, all these famous institutes, and this is not the case. Some of them are really good. Of course, they have very good. In my field, it's very important to be at the proper place to discuss with proper people, without no doubt. But still, we have people who cannot do good things, but one has to prepare very well. We are lucky at the Institute Ruđer Bošković. We have quite a good project office. They can help us a lot. I know that this is not the case in all Croatia, and a lot of people are actually calling our project office to help them. But what I noticed, for example, in 2 countries, especially, there is Great Britain and Israel. Obviously, they have very good project offices. They are prepared so well. The projects are so well prepared. You see the structure, it's the similar. Interviews are prepared, they finish in the last second and they say everything. Of course, they are not cut it. So it's there are some differences across the fields and but always it's this story that everything has to be clearly written, especially in this first part, because otherwise, if we don't understand, it will be difficult that we pass it in the second round, and we have to cut a lot now, because as you said, second round is just 44, because it's also on the level, on the top level of our what we can do in 5 days of this panel meeting. And so if you have 180, you have to cut to 44. If you have 100, you have to cut. Now it's really tough to make this first round decisions who is passing through. Yeah.
Thank you so much to all of our evaluation panel members. Sorry. Okay, and as mentioned earlier, you will have the chance to put your questions to the panelists at the end of this block, so we'd be grateful if you could hold on to them for now. Those joining us online, you can also scan the QR code and it will take you to Slido where you can pose your question. And now we'll move on to the next part of the program, an overview of the national support structures available to the ERC applicants in Croatia. I would like to invite Ms. Zorana Barišić, National Coordinator of NCPs at the Ministry of Science, Education and Youth, to present support measures provided by the Ministry. Zorana?
Hello everyone, I hope you can hear me. Do you want to stay? You can sit, yeah, it's fine, however you want. I'm here on behalf of the Ministry of Science, Education and Youth. I'm, as mentioned, an NCP coordinator within the ministry, along with my colleague Doris Jozic. As you may know, member states in general have they have a request to create a support system on a national level for your participation in the centralized program, and among them, Horizon Europe. As you may know, Horizon Europe is the globally biggest and most competitive program for research and innovation. At this point, we're having a budget of 94 billion euros. The structure was earlier introduced to you by Mr. Penny, but as we are here for the European Research Council, which is under Pillar 1, basically bottom-up research-oriented pillar of Horizon Europe. Then we have Pillar 2, which is basically top-down pillar of the Horizon program, which means that the thematic clusters are already fixed and in place, and the topics that you may find through work programs are regularly published through calls in these 6 clusters. And then we have Pillar 3, which is completely directed and oriented towards innovation. The main instrument here is European Innovation Council, the main instrument which aims at the groundbreaking innovation across the Union. And then we have multiple times mentioned a horizontal pillar, widening participation and strengthening the European research area, which has 2 strands, and it is primarily here to empower the capacities of those countries, primarily widening countries, that have lower R&D intensity. In this regard, Croatia, as also previously mentioned, is also part of this widening group of countries, and is also quite actually successful during this period. So you will see on my next slide, next slide. Okay, maybe not. Here I present you just a really short summary of the overview of the current results of Croatian applicants in Horizon Europe. As you may see, the number of applications currently is over 2,200, which is around the same number at this point. It concurs with the Horizon 2020 numbers, but the success rate is already higher. So we're currently on 15.95%, which is above the EU average, and we are constantly above the EU average throughout this programming period, which is also good. The number of projects currently, you can see the amount is 426, and the number of Croatian participants is 667. What I would like to point out, which is really important for us, because this was one of our KPIs for this period from the side of the ministry, is the fact and the introduction of much more new entities, Croatian entities, to the program. So we're currently in the brackets, you can see 297. Which is a number of current Croatian entities that are participating. We already have surpassed the number of total entities from Croatia during the Horizon 2020. And this also corresponds really well with the total contracted amount. We're currently at almost 165 million, which is already 30 million above the total amount that we contracted throughout the Horizon 2020, and you have to bear in mind that we still have 2 years of Horizon Europe left. So we are really, really successful during this period, I would say, compared to the previous, especially compared to the previous. Here I just put out current numbers for European Research Council. As you may see, we are currently just a little below our success in the previous period. You have to bear in mind that the statistics does not include our newest grantee, Dr. Dulan. So we're going to be on top, basically more or less in line, and again with the previous period, and again with still 2 years ahead of us to apply. You can also see that with the number of proposals, we are already they're concurring, and we hope that there are going to be even more. What is worth noting is, unfortunately, with the European Research Council and with European Innovation Council, we are still on one number. Success rate is still below 10%. This is primarily coming from the fact that people are just not applying enough. So we see we see a strong correlation as higher the number of applications, the higher success rate is. I would like to use the opportunity and also mention the widening part, for example. Just in this period, so in Horizon 2020, in widening we have contracted 10 million. At this point in widening in Horizon Europe, we have over 42 million euros contracted. We're among the top 5 countries when it comes to ERA-related activities and calls of the widening strand. We also managed to get our first teaming project. I'm sure you heard about it, the Marble project at the Faculty of Electronics and Computing. So by Dr. Mišković. So we are well ahead. So, and also in this point, which is really, I think, important to mention, we have four times more new participants in the widening part compared to the previous period, which is extremely important because this means that we have a lot of new entities who are strengthening and their capacities, and we can expect much more of their competition in other parts of the program, which is the main aim of the widening part of the program. As I mentioned, each member state has to make their own national support system. On a national side, a ministry is handling and coordinating this system. This does not include only national contact points that were mentioned multiple times today, but also PCM, so those representing Croatian interests within the comitology structures to the European Commission. So basically, not only we operationally manage the national support system, we are also the main communicator between national side and the European Commission, and we also contribute to the alignment of those national policies that we have with the European ones. As mentioned, Agency for Mobility is our main spot for NCPs, but the other NCPs are also currently in Croatian Science Foundation, Hamag-Bicrar Innovation Agency, those two are covering the areas of innovation. Ministry of Interior is covering the nuclear energy research, and ERCEA, which is within the University of Zagreb, is covering the digitalization. Emmanuel will follow me with more in-depth detail on what are the tasks of the NCPs, each of them, that you can always come to. But mainly they're here to inform you on the upcoming calls, current calls, but they're also here, and I think it's really worth pointing out that they're here from the beginning to the end of the project. So not only for the preparation, but also for implementation. So the national system in general provides both legal and financial support to you if in case you get the project and you need help with the actual implementation and the technical side of implementation. Be sure to just contact our colleagues. Our legal and financial NCPs are in Agency for Mobility and EU programs. No, it's not working. This is our main portal. So this is the national portal. Each country has one. I would really suggest you visit it. It's really regularly updated with all the info about the happenings on the national, but also European side, and also everything related to support system. Under the contact and podrška category, thanks. You will find all the necessary contact of the national contact points, also the members of the PCMs, the program committee members that I mentioned earlier. But you will also see and get all the info relating to the measures that are my next topic. So I already see here some of our beneficiaries to these measures, but I'm guessing a lot of you are not in the know. It was mentioned during the previous panels by Dr. Biagic-Clary, but we have been implementing this decision on measures. This is just the newest edition of it, alteration of it, from 2024, but we have been implementing it throughout this program period. These measures are micro-financial support to your organization in order to prepare your project proposals and reapply them. So you have two measures. You have measure 1, measure 2. Measure 1 is for you who are initially preparing the project. You can get 2,500 euros for each activity. This includes consultancy also, networking, everything related to which can contribute to the preparation of the project proposal. Measure 2 is for all of you who had their project evaluated by the European Commission but did not get financed, and you're above threshold by the evaluation, and you can get the maximum amount from the least amount is 3,000 euros if you're a partner, and the max is 6,000 euros for each activity. So basically, more or less, you can get up to almost 20,000 euros of help through this measure. We are fortunate that we have followed some of our really also ERC grantees throughout the process with these measures. So we are here for you through this also measure, but also I would also use the opportunity and point you to Irena, who is also here from the Digi team, from the ministry, who will also have more information if you're interested in something that our Director General also mentioned earlier, for all you who have been unsuccessful in contracting ERC project, but have a positive evaluation by the Commission, but unfortunately we're not financed due to non-sufficient allocation of amount of the money to the call of the ERC, as it usually goes throughout Horizon Europe. So make sure to talk to Irena and see what your options might be if you apply and do not get contracted with your project. The goal of these measures is obviously to increase your participation in the program, and I would also like to point out that this does not apply only to Horizon Europe. This also applies to all the calls by the EIT, so European Institute of Technology, space program, and everything related to the space program, and ESA, so European Space Agency activities, be that through trainings, seminars, organizational conferences, etc. Who can apply? You can see all the eligible entities who can apply. In this case, we are most probably going within the category of scientific organizations. So we only have two conditions for you to use this money. The first one is to apply within 12 months of getting this financial support. Just apply and just then send us the project proposal as a confirmation of that application. And the other thing is to get us and ask for the money for an activity that happened in this calendar year. So in this case, for this year, more or less, this is closed and done deal, but for 2026, make sure to apply with the activity that you're going to implement within that calendar year. The only exception to this, and it also goes back with something that was concurrently mentioned throughout this info day, is the support to the project management teams on your organizations. They're the only ones who do not have to apply with the project project proposal within 12 months, but can apply for these financial support. So make sure to tell or if you're already here, your project management office, that this is also an opportunity for them to empower their capacities. We're well aware of the lack of capacities or overwhelmness of the whole project management cycle, and this is one way of helping you, trying to help you out. So in this case, this might imply getting a seminar, going to trainings. A lot of actual organizations are using this in their project management teams, and they mostly use it for good training that are mostly abroad. So you're more than welcome to try to apply. Not try to apply, but apply. This gets me to the second point, which is how to apply. It's really, really beyond simple, especially considering you're applying to the Ministry of Science and Education. You just have to fill out, sign, and stamp the form that you will find on our national portal, along with the official statement on the lack of conflict of interest. Along with if you already have invoices for your activities, etc., make sure to send us everything by mail. We get and work on all the applications immediately, and you're really going to get the feedback really soon on it. And this is all from my side. These are all our contacts. If you have any questions, you can always, I'm going to be here, so you can ask me anything relating to the measures, but you can also send an email to observmiere@HR, and you can send it to us. And if you have any comments regarding coordination, be that comments on our system, comments on what we would like to have in the future Horizon Europe that's currently being negotiated, make sure to let us know. Or if you have any general comments, suggestions, critiques, make sure to send it to Coordinacija, to Doris and myself, and we are definitely going to get back to you on that. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Zorana. I think this will be very helpful and useful to all of our potential applicants. And now I'll just say a few words about the agency and the support we provide as the Agency for Mobility and EU programs. Our motto is that we help citizens and organizations through EU funds to transform good ideas into successful projects that change society for the better. Because only through continuous learning, training, and strengthening of human and democratic potential, with the help of science and technology, can we face the challenges of tomorrow. In general, we were founded in 2007 by the Croatian government, and our competent authorities are the Ministry of Science, Education and Youth, as well as the European Commission. Our leading programs that we focus on are Horizon Europe, Erasmus+, and European Solidarity Corps. In general, what do? We promote and nationally implement decentralized activities of EU programs and other international programs in the fields of education and training, youth, science and sport. As I mentioned, Erasmus+, European Solidarity Corps. And we also support the implementation of EU Framework Program for Research and Innovation, Horizon Europe. In terms of the structure, we have 3 tiers here. We have national coordination, national contact points, and program committee members. Our NCP coordinators are responsible for the management of our country's NCP system to ensure overall operational consistency. NCPs, in the context of Horizon Europe, are national contact points, and they are the officially nominated organizations or individuals in each participating country who provide guidance, practical information, and assistance on all aspects of participation in Horizon Europe. In short, NCPs are your main support system at the national level. Program committee members are responsible for monitoring the implementation of Horizon Europe programs and are key mediators between the European Commission and stakeholders in the national support system. In case of Croatia, they are appointed by the ministry. In just a few words, as Zorana mentioned, our roles are informing and raising awareness. We ensure that you get up-to-date details on all the open calls, eligibility conditions, and program rules. We also provide guidance and support throughout the entire project cycle. We provide individual and group consultations. We assist you with networking. We also offer pre-screening services that will focus on formal compliance, clarity, alignment with EU priorities and the evaluation criteria. We also are here to promote Horizon Europe as well as ERC. So we also plan to organize many more information days, workshops, webinars, and similar supporting things. In terms of Croatian participation in the ERC, as Martin already mentioned, next year we have the advanced grant scheme opening. The opening date is the 28th of May, and the call will close on the 27th of August. As I told you, we do plan to organize tailored support that you need beforehand. So before each call, we'll provide you assistance. Besides this national support system, you also can contact the ERC help desk through functional email inboxes that are dedicated to each specific call. So you can ask a specific question to the executive agency of the ERC, and you will get an answer. There is the funding and tenders portal that is used to submit your applications, but you can also find answers to frequently asked questions, as well as all the official templates, guidance documents, technical instructions, notifications, and similar supporting help. And we have ERCEA YouTube channel, as Martin already mentioned. You can find a lot of useful information in a very practical format there, such as courses on how to write a successful application. You can see here the Croatian national portal, Obzor Europa, Horizon Europe. And I would encourage you all to subscribe to these updates, because you can find out more about all the open calls, the program structure, all the events that we plan to organize. Also, you can find all the contact details of all the NCPs in Croatia, as well as our coordination. Thank you for your attention. I'm here for any questions, and we'll continue now with a Q&A session dedicated specifically to our evaluating panel members and the supporting structures. Thank you. Just a second. Okay, we can open the floor to questions. Do we have any questions in the audience for our panel members? Yes, thank you. Just a second.
Hi, Ivana Brekalo from Ruđer Bošković Institute. What is your opinion on putting preliminary data in the proposal? Mandatory, preferable, not needed, especially if it's, let's say, a shift from your, like a significant shift from your previous research?
Thank you.
I can start. So it's not a simple answer. So basically you need surely less preliminary data than in a normal national grants and so on. But if depends on the project. If your project really relies on one key hypothesis that is different from anything anyone has proposed before, and then after this hypothesis you then develop certain things, and if your hypothesis fails, if your hypothesis is proven to be wrong, then the whole project fails. If your project is built like this, then you need strong preliminary data that at least your hypothesis holds to some extent, that it's not all gonna end up nowhere. So this is, for example, where preliminary data is important, while for some specific aims, specific work packages, there you don't have to have preliminary data if you can prove that, that you know how to address these kind of questions, that you have the methods available, your expertise, then even if you don't have the preliminary data, you will be able to get the answer.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions in the audience? Yes?
Well, I don't know if it's a proper question. It's quite right what you said. There has been an influx in numbers in every single panel we have decided, within the ERC. Not one that went down. In fact, the numbers are staggering. This is one part of the story. How we're going to deal with that is something that at the moment is one of the big problems of council. In other words, something has to be done. It's not simply adding 2 or 3, panel members or doing something, but something radical should be done. This is not a question for you because you stated a fact. But the part that I don't get around here is the time I've spent in Croatia. You'd be surprised how often I hear, even within the Ministry of Science, and I have to say this, I was quite shocked in 2 or 3 instances where people who work there, literally work there, told potential candidates do not apply. It's impossible to get an ERC grant. So you see there's a discrepancy, more and more people are applying, and then our own institutions clobber you on the head. I don't know what the right expression is, but they, really tell you don't even try to apply. And I think that this is, I don't know how you get around this, but maybe even this
info day, so to say, and everything that's been going on all day, helps in changing these perceptions. You can't change the numbers perception, but because it's a fact, a concrete fact. But if you have people that work in institutions, formal institutions, that tell people, don't apply, you'll spend a lot of time and you'll never get it. I find this horrendous, because amongst these people, we may have the next Einstein, or I don't know who, which would not be a good thing. And a little comment at the end that I cannot. I'm a linguist, I'm an anthropologist, but I also studied physics. So the connection that you made at one point, I'm a physicist and we don't believe in charts or whatever it is, I think you should be a bit more careful, because I would say the similarities between, for instance, formal linguistics and physics are much closer than many people imagine. My anthropology thing was like, an excursion into another world. I had to say that.
I can only agree. I mean, physics is everywhere, so everything is physics. So, I wanted to say the difference in perspective of presentation results. For us, charts means nothing, because it's just trying to hide. We need really specific objectives and work packages, and very clearly this is needed in any of disciplines. But in physics, particularly, I mean, chart means not. I mean, there is no information. You lose space. I mean, you need some space and some description of this chart, and it's just it's nothing. It's not making any statement for us as a reader, especially if it's not my specific narrow field of research. I need to understand what's going on in cosmology or in astrophysics. And also, if it's particle physics, also in experiment, what they want to measure. So I need really specific statements, not some charts, some nice pictures in
I
colors.
understand
But
that.
probably in social science, it could be helpful to get connection between different parts. I agree totally. But in our field, in mathematics and so, it does not help.
What you started is a very slippery slope, so to say. But we could go on and on.
Okay.
And with going on and on, since I opened this thing this morning, my closing thought is, and this especially goes to the agency as well as the ministry, that this not be a one-off, occasion or event or whatever, that we can change the profile, we can invite other widening countries, we can do anything we want, basically.
Definitely.
Am I right?
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, and we plan to organize many more of these informational sessions and events to provide support to our applicants.
And apart from meeting people I hadn't seen for ages, like Stipan Jonic, and people that I really like very much, you'd be surprised. We fight all the time, but we're great friends. The joke is to open these questions, because this little discussion on physics and linguistics and I don't know what, is only a little reflection of the many things that the people in this room worry about, etc., etc. Apparently I had to go out because my dog was eating my slippers, so, something had to be done about it. And Ida mentioned interdisciplinarity. It is a topic that we should give, the council is giving it, I don't know what the right word is, full attention at least. We should discuss these things. They're not simple, they're not easy to solve, etc. But I could think, oh God, I hope he ate the whole thing.
Okay, thank you. We also have a couple of questions in the audience. Here was the first one, but finish, Professor.
My idea is to have more than one event per year or whatever, different kinds of events with different, audiences, etc. And my biggest wish of all is to get the very young people, and I'm talking about people who are just getting their PhDs, postdocs of various kinds, etc., because they are the ones that are going to carry on with all of this. And if we could manage, if this event has triggered off a series of other events in the future, we've done our job, Martin.
I can promise you it will.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
We'll see.
Anna, can you just pass the mic on here?
Nenad Pavin, Faculty of Science, Zagreb. So my question to you is, I mean, we are all also applying for grants and also reviewing grants. My question to you as panelists, what did you learn from being panel member and what you are doing differently in your writing your project proposals after this experience, and what advice you can give afterwards?
Excellent question. Professor Raffaelli.
Yes, perhaps I can start with answering, and my colleagues can continue. It gave me a completely new window of the opportunities and things that are done in the scientific world in my area. And really, it's so inspiring. Sometimes when I had to review the proposal, I just switched and go to read the articles about the proposal or the state of the art, etc. Because and you get ideas. I write notes, not just about the proposals and my comments, but I got ideas. So I write it also for myself. So I'm accumulating now, and we'll see where it will be. Well, it will lead me later on.
I just remember that the first time I was in the panel, it struck me how it's really true that it's all about science, and that you have to just persuade these people who are the best scientists and who really want to find the best project. You just have to persuade them that your project is going to bring something really new to the field, so that you have to be direct, simple. And I have to say that when I wrote my first consolidated grant, which I got a long time ago, I got strange advice from various people that I have to write in it about Croatia and how this is gonna help Croatia and put Ruđer Bošković and Croatia on the map of cell biology. And I wrote all that, and now I'm so ashamed, and I think the panel laughed, but they understood that probably somebody told me to do it. So then I knew that really it's only about science. It doesn't matter your institution, your country, anything else. Your project has to be interesting. You have to spark the interest in other people. So that's what you really see when you're in the panel.
Yeah, I can only add that I was really impressed because I'm in starting grant panel, and these are really young people, and how well they can present the results, how well they can really explain, answer the questions, because we ask always questions from our side and from referees. And also from our side, as I said, we are not particularly experts in all these areas and this, for these projects, and this is not our job, we have referees, but still we have to understand, and then we ask some more basic questions, and they are able to answer very competently. I mean, this was my main discovery, how some people can, these younger people, they have really vision, they have new ideas, they can be really, presenting very, very nice stuff and very advanced.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more question in the back.
Thank you. Just two precise questions for the support people. One is the following. There are universities across Europe that organize mock interviews which are conducted by previous grantees or by panelists. Do we have something like that in Croatia?
At the moment, no, but not a bad idea.
Question number two. There are companies abroad which allow you to submit a draft of the proposal, which then they brush up and kind of hype up, and apparently they're very efficient. They're also very expensive. The question, if I submit to them and pay these 5,000 euros or whatever, will 2,500 euros from support be contributing to that expense? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. I will just allow Mr. Penny to...
If I can just answer that. I mean, of course there's varying quality with them, but one of the biggest companies that's involved in that proudly tells us that they have a 12% success rate in applications. That's exactly our success rate. So I'll leave you whether there's any, any added value in using them.
And Zorana will answer.
Yes, of course. This is one of the main activities that is most often actually applied with for our micro financial support. But I would like to point out that you should be maybe really careful and in line with what Dr. Martin said. Mr. Martin said, just be careful who you send it to, because there's a lot of those kinds of firms are predatory, and they don't add much. So just be careful and know someone who also had some experience with the firm in question. This is just a side note, but yeah, sure. Okay, duly noted.
Okay, maybe one more question in the back, Mr.
How the panel members view the proposal to hire an external agency to conduct the survey research, especially if that budget line represents around 30% maybe of the total project budget? Hiring external agencies.
Could you maybe just repeat the question? Because
how the panel members look at the proposals that hires, let's say, Ipsos agency, which is about 30% of total budget. Is this something disadvantage or something? Or does it matter?
We don't have such an information when assessing the project, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
No, we see in the budget, we see the budget.
Yes, but we don't see anything what's behind the proposal. We see, first of all, we see B1 part, then B2 part, and during the B2 part we see the budget proposal. And that's it, I think, if I'm not wrong.
Thank you. And
I think the question was, if you're including as a subcontractor to do the survey work, then they will see, then they're formally a participant in the grant, they will formally get money afterwards. That's your choice. The panel will look to see whether it's appropriate that you're doing that or using a subcontractor. I mean, that's part of the evaluation, but the choice of which organisation is doing that, again, we don't look at that. It's just a case of, does it make sense scientifically to use another partner to do some of this survey work?
Thank you so much. And now we'll take a break for lunch. But before that, let me just offer a few closing remarks for those who will not be joining us in the afternoon sessions. So all the presentations, as well as the recording of the entire event, will be made available, and we remain at your disposal for any follow-up questions. All information about the national support system, together with all of our contact details, can be found on the Obzor Europa website. And once again, we kindly encourage you to scan the QR code and complete the evaluation form. Tell us what you think. In terms of questions that haven't been answered yet, if you ask them through Slido, we will create a comprehensive document afterwards and then disseminate the answers. Have a nice meal, people. See you in, let's say 2:50. Thank you. Martin Penny, and our grantees, Croatian grantees. So first we'll start with the presentation by Mr. Penny, and then we'll continue with the panel discussion. Joining us is Professor Gordon Laut. He's a molecular biologist and professor of biochemistry and molecular biology at the University of Zagreb, as well as the founder of the company Genus. He's an ERC grantee in the field of glycomics, whose work on the human glycome and personalized medicine has received major international recognition. Next, we have Iva Tolić. Professor Iva Tolić is head of the lab for cell biophysics at the Ruđer Bošković Institute in Zagreb and one of Croatia's most internationally visible researchers. She is the principal investigator of an ERC Synergy grant project titled Molecular Origins of Aneuploids in Healthy and Diseased Human Tissues, and has also led an ERC Consolidator grant on the mechanics of the mitotic spindle. You can correct me if I mispronounced it. Thank you. Her work bridges physics and biology to understand how cells divide with high precision. And finally, Professor Nenad Pavin, who is a theoretical physicist at the University of Zagreb, whose research focuses on the biophysics of cell division. He's a co-principal investigator in the ERC Synergy Grant project on the molecular origins of aneuploids in healthy and diseased human tissues, working at the interface of quantitative physics and cell biology. Thank you all for joining us today. So we can start with the short presentation that we'll receive from Mr. Penny.
Thanks very much, Emmanuel. And look, we're a small audience, at least here in the room, so we'll keep this as informative and as informal as you'd like it to be. But I just want to take you through the Synergy call. We talked this morning about the individual grants. Now, Synergy is quite different, and it's a grant which brings together 2, 3, or 4 principal investigators. We use the acronym PI for principal investigators. Again, at the choice of you. So the principle for Synergy is the same as our individual grants. You choose the research area, completely bottom up. Any area of research is eligible. And you choose the organizations that you want to work with. And now I'm a bit worried that my screen is going blank and moving. But it seems to be back. I wasn't doing anything. But anyway, so Synergy brings together 2, 3, or 4 PIs, and the difference is one of those PIs can be based anywhere in the world. So you, for example, can have a Croatian and an Australian working together, perfectly eligible in that respect. The requirements are that you need to spend at least 50% of your working time. For those of the PIs who are based in Europe, they need to be spent at least 50% of their time in Europe, and at least 30% of all PIs needs to be spent working on the grant. The PIs can all be in the same institution. We have Synergy grants where people are all working on the same corridor. So bringing together, for example, a theoretician and an experimentalist. It's your choice. The rules are yours, they're not ours in terms of how you choose where the PIs come from. But what do we mean by Synergy? So of course it needs to be an ambitious research project, and the key aspect is it needs to be a joint effort. You need to become mutually independent on each other with breakthroughs that wouldn't be possible if it was just the PIs working alone. So it's not a collaborative project in the standard way of looking at it, where people often work on things which are complementary. It's got to be more interdependent, and that's the difference with the Synergy. So PIs can be at any career stage, and we have with amongst our Synergy grants, PIs who have starting grant profiles, consolidated grant profiles, and advanced grant profiles. More tend to be in the advanced grant range, but they can come from any career stage. And all the PIs are equal. Now this is where we have one confusing aspect. One PI needs to be designated the corresponding PI. That essentially means they're the point of contact with us in the agency. If you decide within the group of PIs they're also the coordinator for the project in terms of a scientific perspective, that's your choice. But we just require somebody as the corresponding PI for us. So we have one admin point of contact, effectively. But often people find that a little confusing, thinking the corresponding PI is in charge of the project. But it's not the case. So you understand, again, bottom-up research, ambitious project, and the researchers need to be interdependent on each other. the question often is, so what do you mean by synergy? Let me show you what it's not, because I think sometimes that's easy to understand. So it's not a loose cooperation or just networking between PIs. It's not where your work is carrying out completely independent of each other. It really needs to be interdependent. It's not just simply passing data or passing results between teams in terms of an information sharing. It really needs to be more of joint research groups. And I think you get a really good idea if you look at some of the past projects. And we have 3 PIs here who are also on current projects, and you can get an idea of the level of ambition, but also the level of synergy between them. I mean, if I look at past projects, you'll look at things. One of the ones I found the most interesting was bringing together clinicians and electrical engineers, looking at stimulating the vagus nerve in your neck to look at appetite suppression. And it was people who had never worked before, bringing together these clinicians and these electrical engineers. So it can be very, very different areas of research, or it could be similar ones, like I said, bringing together experimentalists and theoreticians in the same area. So when you look at the structure of the proposal, how you apply, very similar to what I showed you this morning for those who were there for the individual grants. You have the part 1 and the part 2. Part 1, 5 pages. Part 2 is 10 pages, a little longer still than the new version of the part 2. And again, you write both parts of the proposal when you submit, and they're evaluated in different stages, and I will show you the evaluation stages. So part 1, similar to this morning, will set out the individual grants, will set out the current state of knowledge, will explain the scientific question and the objectives of the project in broad details, and present the overall approach to the research strategy to reach the overall goals of the project, but setting out clearly how the PIs are going to be working together and who is going to be working on what and how you're working in synergy together. Part B2 goes into the full details, so the methodology, the work plan, the risk assessments, the mitigation measures, and also the justification of resources for each of the PIs in that respect. I should say the amount of funding you can get is up to 2.5 million for each of the PIs. So if it's a 4 PI project, it can be up to 10 million, and an additional 1 million per PI can be allowed for these additional funding in the way I described this morning. So they can be quite sizable grants. If I look at the evaluation, again, as is true for all ERC grants, excellence is the sole evaluation criteria. And so really looking at the groundbreaking nature, the impact on science of the project, the scientific approach, and also looking at the synergistic aspects. What will be delivered by having these PIs working together that wouldn't have been delivered if it was, say, for example, just advanced grant projects? What difference it makes. In step 1, as was the case for the individual grants, no details on feasibility because the methodology comes through in part B2. When you look at the assessment of the PIs, you may say, how does this work when you have maybe some people who are starting grant profile and some people who are more advanced grant profile? The PI is assessed according to their career benchmarks. So if a PI is a starting grant profile, the panel will evaluate them using the benchmarks that we have for starting grants. If they're an advanced grant profile, they'll evaluate them according to the benchmarks we have for advanced grantees. And so it is quite a fair approach, and we'd like to encourage more people of starting and consolidated grant profiles to be involved in Synergy, because at the moment more of them are at advanced grant level. So I'm going quite quickly, but I think these are things you know already and you're probably more interested in asking questions. But let me take you through the evaluation process. So explained this morning for the individual grants, it's a 2-step evaluation. For Synergy, it's a 3-step evaluation. So step 1, first of all, after we've met with the panel chairs and assigned the proposals to panel members, the panel members will carry out a remote evaluation. So typically there's about 90 panel members, and then I have this strange acronym on my screen of PEVs. These are what we call panel evaluators, to ensure that we have appropriate expertise. Panel members from previous calls of Synergy or previous other calls can also be drawn in on an ad hoc basis to evaluate some proposals at step 1. Now they again act as generalists. They're all specialists in their field, but they will be receiving proposals which go beyond their immediate area of interest. We heard that this morning from our panel members. And they will carry out about 5 reviews per proposal in step 1. The step 1 meeting is very different in Synergy to the individual calls. It only involves the chairs and the vice chairs, and they do a first sift of the proposals. So we look at this stage, there is no assignment by panel. It's just a call, all proposals submitted to Synergy. And they can look through all of the proposals, look at the reviews that have come remotely written by the panel members, and decide which are the best ones which can be taken through to the next stage of the evaluation. And they can take forward as many, 7 times as many as we could fund in the call. And that's what happens in step 1. It's this first sift of the proposals. Then in step 1, let me move another slide on, you see how it works better. We then form anything between 5 and 7 panels dynamically, looking at how we could best group all of the proposals. In general, a couple of them will look more like life science oriented panels, a couple of them will look more like physical sciences oriented panels, some could be quite mixed, but we group the proposals so we can bring together the panel members accordingly. And there, the step 2 meetings, these panels actually meet. They'll carry out the full review of part 1 and part B2. Again, there are external referees, as you heard this morning, so there's a lot of information which comes through to these step 2 panel meetings. So a review from each of the panel members, and for each of the proposals, there is external reviewers who are experts in the field nominated by the panel members, and there's 4 to 6 of those. So there's a lot of information coming through to the step 2 panel meetings. At step 2 panel meetings, what they do is they will decide on the top proposals, and each panel can take forward as many as 3 times the number of proposals they can fund. Between the panels which are formed dynamically, the call budget is divided according to the budgetary value of proposals submitted to that proposal. So they take forward 3 times as many as they can fund. And we go to step 3. There is no new reviews between step 2 and step 3. Step 2 again is a second sift, so we go through to the interview stage at step 3. And step 3 is the interview stage, as you heard from the individual grants this morning. And so again, these dynamic panels, they can, according to the work program, change again, and sometimes they do. You may have a new dynamic arrangement depending on the number of proposals and the types of proposals that have come through from step 2 to step 3. And they will then carry out the interviews and select the proposals that are selected for funding. And again, selected for funding at the end of step 3, you'll receive an A or a B. An A meaning that you are eligible for funding and we fund as many as we can possibly can until the budget has run out. Or you receive a B, which means it wasn't as competitive in the call as other proposals. Again, in step 1 and step 2, you can receive Bs and Cs, as was the case for individual grants. So here, I think all of you are here this morning in my presentation, so I'm repeating myself. And so just in the tips and techniques in preparing an application, remember in step 1 that the panel members act as generalists. And so write your proposal so that it's accessible to a non-specialist. And it's even more important for Synergy, because remember, there are no fixed panels put in place. And so the panel chairs and vice panel chairs, when they are reviewing which of the 7 times the number of budget proposals they can take through, we're bringing together people who are philosophers, life scientists, physicists, historians, chemists, all together. Of course, your proposal will be reviewed by panel members who are working in your broad area, but the discussion is carried out amongst researchers from all areas of research. So make sure that your proposal is accessible to non-specialists. It's really important in Synergy. Then also think about the groundbreaking nature. It's not good enough, as we said this morning, to go with the state of the art. You've got to go beyond the state of the art. And with Synergy particularly, think about how the group is going to be assessed collectively, how the combination of the different expertise and different specialities of the individual PIs will lead to something new and something greater than their individual sums. So I think that's for step 1. For step 2, here you need to provide more information on the methodology, on the feasibility. It could be that you're putting in place selections of case studies, and then the normal things which we talked about this morning, making sure that the attention to the calculation, the budget, everything is put in place. And I think you know these things. I'm looking at the audience, and you're all nodding that you know these things. So I won't go into more detail on this. I'll sum up because I think this is probably more interesting on the questions and answers session. I think for Synergy, which makes it very different, is it's an interesting, original, and exciting idea, but it's one which you can't do by yourself. It's one that you know that if you want to do this, you have to draw on and actively use the expertise of others. And you choose who the other 2, 3, or 4. You may ask, is it better to have 2? Or is it better to have 3? Is it better to have 4? We have proposals with 2 and 3 and 4, and we don't see any difference in success rate, whether it's bringing together 2 PIs, 3 PIs, or 4 PIs. We have fewer proposals which come in with 2, but the success rate is the same overall. And then, as I say, it's not about a consortium. It's not like the Pillar 2 grants, where it's quite a loose consortium, bringing together people who have more way of sharing knowledge rather than really working together in a direct way. It's not a loose consortium. It really is something where you're preparing almost like a virtual research group together involving other PIs. Other things here I don't need to go through because you know all of these things already, but I come to the last but one bullet point is, particularly in Synergy, you often bring very different fields together. And that's often where we see in the reviews that actually some things can be just misunderstood, particularly by the panel members, less by the external reviewers, because a term can mean something quite different in a different scientific field. So make sure you explain these, as I've written here, the scientific languages when you're bringing different fields together. Then I think I'm onto my last slide, that here it's going to be it is always a competitive call. We used to receive around 350 Synergy grants proposals per call. The last call we were on nearly 1,000. And so it is a very competitive call. And so it's really only exceptional proposals that are going to be funded, ones which really bring through new breakthroughs from the joint effort of the PIs. And as I say, it could be that it's something completely new. It could be new science. It could be cross-fertilizing disciplines. It could bring together, people who are working on the same proposal but from very, very different perspectives. And it could bring together people who are dreaming up completely new research programs. And then final message I've said already, early career applicants encouraged to apply. So I think that's all of my slides. You have all the documentation is available. And one thing I didn't say this morning, which I think is important, particularly for me as head of communication, is you're all drowned in information. We know this. There's too many information sources out there. Following us on social media, there's too much for you. I would encourage you, if you haven't done so, to follow us on WhatsApp, because the WhatsApp channel, you'll get 2 or 3 messages a month, and it's only on opportunities and outcomes. So it informs you when calls are available, or when there is big information days available, and then the outcomes of the calls. So if you really want to filter your information and just find out exactly, for example, when Synergy Grant is open or whether there's a big Synergy and Information Day, then the WhatsApp channel is something you could consider. So that's it, and I think we move on to the next part, Emmanuel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions in the audience? Oh, yes. Okay, questions from the audience. The first one?
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you about how the panel works regarding the evaluation, because even in one panel, for example, in our panel we have so many disciplines. How does it work here? Is it very complicated? Do they agree upon yeah?
It's probably longer, more complex discussions than the individual panels because they cover more areas of science. And you're bringing together panel members who have quite different backgrounds and quite different disciplines. But remember, that's a lot better. Those of you online, if we just switch the lights on in the room. But remember in step 2, the panels are created dynamically. And so they are still enough, you could imagine you'll be bringing together the chemists and the material scientists, maybe people who are working in biochemistry, all into one panel or something like that. So they're not that you're bringing together completely different areas of research. We try and create the best fit of panels. It's done dynamically and it changes every year depending what the proposals are. But yes, you're right. It's hard for the panels. And that's also why in step one, to keep things simple, it's the panel chairs and vice chairs that do the first stift based on the remote reviews of the panel members themselves. Because I think at that stage it would be very complex discussions.
Yeah, otherwise it would be impossible.
And so it's hard enough already at step 2 when you have 7 times the number you can fund. But you can imagine at step 1, that's why we really restrict it just to the panel members, the panel chairs and the vice panel chairs.
Because this is the real multidisciplinarity.
It's particularly at step 1, because there are no panel breakdowns then. It's the whole of science.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have one question from Slido that builds on this. So many synergy projects bring together teams from very different disciplines. What are some of the strengths and the challenges of building a truly interdisciplinary proposal?
I think that's perhaps more a question for our brand teams.
Absolutely. We can just pass the mic on to them.
Yeah, thanks. So I think first it's the language that you use to talk to each other. Once you cross into a different field, I mean, you have your field and your friends in your field and you understand each other very well. But once you go into a different field, it can get tricky. So first I can tell you my experience. So first I have been collaborating with Neno for 15, 18 years now. Before, I mean, we have this synergy now, but we have been collaborating for, almost 2 decades. And also in the beginning, it was not easy. It's not easy to really, truly collaborate with someone from a different field. I mean, I'm a biologist, Neno is a physicist. I wanted to have physical models for the processes we study inside cells. Neno will tell you what he wanted. So it wasn't easy. We had to learn the language of the other discipline. And then when we wanted to write the synergy program, we wanted to even expand into other disciplines, more related to cancer and some other disciplines. So this was where we really and thank you very much.
Benny has to leave for his plane.
So that's where we really needed to learn the language of this discipline, read a lot, talk to these people. And also when the Synergy project started, our first meeting was, you could see that we barely understand each other. Every group in the kickoff meeting and maybe the first meeting, we were presenting our work and what we want to do and so on, but it was like half of the things that the other people were talking, we didn't understand. And then it's so beautiful to see that over these 5-6 years, we understood better and better. We really worked together, and now we understand really everything that everyone is saying. So that was the challenge, to learn the language of the other discipline and to see what is important there, what are the main questions, and so.
I don't know what to add after this, but so my idea about synergy grant was like already ERC scheme is giving you opportunity to think about just your scientific idea, not about the money, and that's the beauty of ERC scheme. So if you have ERC, you can actually just focus on your research topic. Synergy is something just one level up, where you don't need to think about the money, but you also don't need to think about expertise. You just need to think what are the most exciting scientific questions that one wants to address. And that's how we started our synergy, the proposal, where we asked what we really want to address rather than how to address it. And then we actually built the team. So that's something what I like about the synergy in general. Maybe
I can maybe add one advice.
So we had a similar problem when we started to do some more complex data analysis in biology, because we understood nothing about what data scientists are doing and what are they even talking about. And what actually worked, that we had the joint PhD students. So we kind of trained the next generation of scientists who know both disciplines, and now we use them as translators. Because for me, part of what they do is still a black box. I wouldn't dare to say something what you said, that you know what are they talking. I still don't understand most of the things which people from other disciplines say, but there are people who know enough about both that they can kind of be a kind of adapters to link the disciplines together.
So I just left the room, so I don't know if the question was answered, but I presume that it was. What about this? So, when researchers are considering potential co-PIs, what should they be looking for? What, in your experience, makes a strong synergy partnership?
I can tell you then again our experience. So first of all, how to decide to go to synergy versus advanced. We heard from Martin that it would be great to have more also young people applying for synergy, but synergy is so competitive, so I would not suggest young people to go into synergy unless they have a really great idea that is only idea for a synergy grant. But once you're at an advanced level, you can ask yourself whether you want to go for an advanced grant or for a synergy, and we were discussing this a lot. And at the moment when we applied for synergy, we decided to go for a synergy because we wanted to expand scientifically into different fields. We really wanted to move beyond what we were doing before. And for this, we needed the expertise of these other people. We had an idea in which direction we want to move and what are our goals and ideas, what we want to do. And then we simply thought, who are the best people in the world in this area? And we just wrote them an email. Hi, you know, we are blah, blah. We want to do this. Do you want to join the project? And so it's just, the key is to find the best people in the world with the expertise that you need to explore the question or the idea that you have. This is when you are starting the team. And the other way is if somebody else invites you to a team, then you just say yes. Then if you think that this fits in your research, and if these people are really some best people in their field and they invite you for your expertise, I mean, I guess you can just be happy to join the team.
For example, the prospective PIs, and you just knew from not in person, but from the literature, from the papers and research, etc.
Yeah, you mean did we know them personally, or? Yes. Actually, yeah, partly. This best person in the field, we never met her personally. We knew her papers. She was at MIT, and I just wrote her an email. I mean.
I would just finish this. The only important thing is, do not choose your friends, even not scientific friends, not friends for coffee, but scientific friends, just because it's easy. Irrelevant is whether they are here in the same country or abroad. So you can see that it's not problem if you are in the same country, even like Croatia. So it's no one cares about the country, but you need to assemble the team by choosing the best people in the world. Don't go to second best, to the best, and see what will happen. We were actually really positively surprised when we got 2 positive yes.
So the idea was yours, if I understand well, but did these other PIs help in preparing the proposal, or you done everything? You did everything and they just jumped in, or how did it work?
it was going back and forth. So it's not, yeah, of course. I mean, they should they should be aware what they are supposed to do.
Yeah. So we had kind of opposite approach. So it's interesting to see how different things work. So I had many grants in my past. So 6 FP7, 6 Horizons. Now we have 11 Horizon Europes. And to me, the most important thing is not to get the grant, but not to make your life complicated if you get it. Because some of the grants we got were pain. You know, you don't want to have a grant which is difficult to execute, unreliable partners can make your life difficult. So the way we did it is a friend of mine and me who collaborate for nearly 2 decades now, we were sitting together and thinking how to establish a consortium which would be interdisciplinary and which would tick kind of all of the boxes that need to be ticked for a synergy grant, because the synergy is another level of challenge compared to advanced grants, because you have to be among the best, maybe not the best, because they don't award one, they award a number of them, but you have to show synergy. So, so we were kind of core of the synergy because we do have synergy for 2 decades nearly. And then there was another partner which our friend had a good collaboration for decades. So we kind of expanded our synergy. So we look into protein glycosylation. Manfred, who is the second one, is doing mostly mass spec. The other one's a rheumatologist, so it was a clinical medicine. And then the third one was a challenge, because our first choice was, how to say it politely. So we were two male, if 4 of us would be there. So we said, okay, we need a young female. So we also, so the choice for the fourth, so Eva, you didn't have that problem because you're a young female. So you as a coordinator, tick that, oh, trust me, they do. Trust me, they do. So you have to be politically correct. So nobody will say that. But there was, so now there was a grant which had all the points and actually didn't get funded because of the gender balance. Okay, so well. So I completely agree that everybody will say that. Still, we decided to go for a second best choice because a female, and she was at the consolidator level. And actually, at the end, we were ranked top at our panel. And I think that which brought us to this high level was actually the synergy we were able to demonstrate. Although the synergy at that time was not fully real. We kind of, we trained it. So we literally, and it was the time of pandemic, so we literally secretly met in the house of one of the guys. And we're training for 2 days, having hundreds of questions by all the friends we had, all the people who got grants in the past, training for the interview. And even after all that, we failed first time. And we failed on the fact that one of the panel members did not believe that we can do something we said that we are going to do. And he was probably right. We probably wouldn't be able to do it. So we had a kind of a scientific flaw in planning, which they identified properly. So the next time we kind of improved that, and we got it in the second round. So as you see, there's no single recipe, but of course, everybody has to be at the top level, meaning each of us has a number of different nature group papers, and the story has to be groundbreaking, and it has to link different disciplines if you want to get synergy. So it's actually, I think it's fascinating for Croatia to have 2 synergy grants, and actually 3 synergy PIs. I think we are pretty good in that, but it's not easy to get them.
Thank you. We have another question on managing a funded synergy project. So once a synergy grant is awarded, the project can be quite complex. What are some of the key considerations when coordinating a project with multiple principal investigators? Or yeah, that you can identify maybe from the start? Or from experience?
I can take it over because, yeah. So I also manage an institution which is running the grant. It's completely opposite. It's the easiest grant you can have. So the scientific reporting is every 2 years, very short. You more or less shortly write what you do. Funding, there are no deliverables in a synergy grant. So the only thing you have to spend money legally. You're even able to shift it. So you can't go and buy. Yeah, and it's so easy. And each of the partners have their own budget. Money is distributed. It can be shifted the way you want. And I think now they're shifting the advanced grants to the lump sum model. So it'll be even easier. So, compared to some kind of structural grants we have in this country, this is easy.
Excellent. I don't know what actually to add to this, because it's super simple to have this all this financial stuff. I don't know how many people I planned to hire, but definitely I hired maybe 2 times more. And I was worried a bit when I wanted to do this, but I asked the project officer in the Brussels, and it was just we don't micromanage the project. That was kind of answer, and just focus on the top science.
Excellent.
One important thing is to hire a great project administrator. That's the key. I have a great project administrator, luckily, so I know nothing about finances or filling tables or whatever. And also the budget, I also didn't do with the budget what I said I would do. I said I would buy 1 microscope. I bought 2 microscopes. I also hired more people than I said. So it's really, really easy and nothing to worry about. But it's important that scientifically you coordinate your project well, that you meet enough with the people. For us, it was important to have a yearly meeting of all the groups with all the members, like 20, 30 people together for 2-3 days. That was really important so that we could talk to each other enough, ask all the questions, try to figure out what these other guys are thinking, and that was really the key. Visiting, that the PhD students or postdocs visit from one group to the other, spend some time there, learn something. Constant online meetings on different sub-projects, so a lot of communication, scientific communication in any way that was appropriate at that time.
Brilliant. We have a question.
Just came to my mind, are you constrained with the national limits for salaries for PhDs and postdocs? I mean, can you pay them
I honestly
more?
don't know. My administrator knows.
It's very important because then you cannot get the best people. I mean, best postdocs or PhDs.
So, okay, I can tell you what I did, and I didn't regret. So we can actually do both. We can exactly pay them as the other students are, or we can give them higher salary. You can hire them to positions that is not in this systematization, and then you can give them higher salary. Why I didn't like that? I didn't like that because then you are making a difference between your own people. You will get one student that is really good with one salary, and the other not better, and why it should be better, with higher salary. And you're just making a competition that is not natural. So I decided to give them the same level of salary, but yes, one can
I mean,
give them bigger.
My experience is especially with postdocs. I mean, when you announce on these pyres and so, you get really good people, but when they realize how much they are paid in Croatia, I mean, nobody is
That's
left.
different. That's different. Yes, and yes, I have postdoc who is now Marie Curie fellow, and I gave him a higher salary. Yes.
So the problem we have are public institutions. So the horizon itself doesn't make any kind of restrictions. Actually, they even allow these untaxable things to be included as salary. So it's easy from their point. The problem with our public institutions is that they cannot change salaries if they don't have a proper bylaws, prevalently, how to do it. And this is where the problem is. So the Horizon grant will give you as much money as you will pay to that person. So I'm lucky that I'm in a private research institution. We can play with the salary. We have people with very different salaries. Of course, they're not supposed to know each other's salaries, and it works most of the time. But it's very important to be able to motivate people to work.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's not fair to have people working on the same job with different salaries, but this is the only way, especially for postdocs. This is my experience. I mean, if you want to get good people, we cannot compete with Germany or any other European country.
Postdocs,
maybe Portugal,
but postdocs are
Spain,
something different. Postdocs are indeed something different. There are few of them. There are few of them, and for that reason, I have one real postdoc in my group, and when he was on the ERCEA salary, he had a bigger salary than that was actually proposed by.
And can you hire the same person for the whole period of duration of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. There's no limit until the end of the funding.
Okay.
And sorry, actually, our salaries are not that low, especially if you have this part which is paid as a non-taxable part. They're really competitive with most of European salaries. So it's depending. So maybe not these budget paid salaries, but some people have really good salaries in this city.
Yeah, maybe one small advice: ask your postdocs to apply for Marie Curie and other fellowships. My postdoc is very happy. I think his salary is around 2,500 euros. Net salary is really nice, so I highly recommend that.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
We are mentioning now doctoral PhD students, postdocs. I would be interested in the topics of their PhDs, because are they focused in their own area, for example, of the research, or do you tend to bring together within this one PhD students all your synergy topics together? Because this could be a challenge, I think.
Yeah. Okay. I can start here.
Thanks.
So both. So they should be experts in what they're trained for. So I'm a theoretical physicist, and my students are supposed to be experts in theoretical physics. If they start to do something on experimental side, I will stop them and tell them, don't do that, you don't have time to waste. However, they should be able to read experimental biological papers. They should be able to understand what happens in biology, though they are not able to perform or to pipette anything by themselves. That's not necessary, but they should understand the papers, they should understand what people, their colleagues in experimental group are doing. They need to be able to communicate on the equal ground.
I have an example of a PhD student from my lab who went to the other synergy lab at MIT and learned completely new things there and brought them to my lab, which were never done in my lab. She was the first person, so that's this kind of example where she really needed to do something different.
So what we usually do, we try to have people kind of co-mentor with two disciplines, not more than two. This would probably be too much. But being able to understand the other field or bring new knowledge here, I think this is something what is needed. And I think it's good. Yeah, well, we're kind of different lab, because what my people often complain that we have industrialized research, because we have a lot of division of labor, and for example, I have a statistician who is doing statistics, not everybody has to learn statistics and so on, but we do try to keep people at least partly interdisciplinary, especially for this synergy component.
Thank you. Do we have?
So how much of your work is overlapping, and how much is it independent in sense of you are doing in your research area, the others PIs are working in their research area, but how much of that is overlapping? Can you do something that you would do also without this synergy project?
Do you mean, are we doing in the synergy also something that we could have been doing without the synergy? Yes, we are doing anything we want to do. We are doing everything that we think is most interesting. And
but how can you connect then this to the synergy project? So my question is, so you have a grant, your own grant, let's say, even though it is all together, but you have your own money, not grant, your own money, and you have to overlap somehow the research done with other PIs groups. How much of that is overlapping of your full 100% of your work, or I guess not?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's both. Let's say around the half. Around the half is overlapping, around the half is maybe not overlapping from the synergy grant. Of course, they are in the lab, other projects, but that's something else. And this is visible from the publications. Now we have publications, so we are 4 groups. We have now publications between, first of all, each group has published something individually from with being financed by the synergy. Then we have publications 2 by 2 by 2. Then we have publications 3 by 3, and then we have a publication of all 4 together. So everything.
Just maybe to be on the formal side, there is no any limit. So there is no written rule. You should have 1, 10 papers. You can do whatever you want. Maybe it would be bad if at the end of the project you would have just 4 groups having 0 papers that are actually done like joint publications.
And I have just another question going back to the review process. When there is an interview, are you all PIs together doing the interview?
Yeah, exactly. That was at that time we did in Brussels, and that was in person. And Eva was presenting because she is this corresponding PI. And then when Q&A started, so the balance was 10 minutes of presentation and 35 of Q&A. And during this Q&A, I consider it as something really intense. And there I completely learned about the budget. So we have 35 minutes of Q&A, and now you maybe wonder how many questions were about the budget. And I remember, I think she already forgot. There was question. There was one question. One question was, Eva, you are planning to buy some microscope for 1 million euros. Do you really need this?
Yes, I do.
She said, yeah, I do. I don't have it. And that was out of 35 minutes, that was that 10 seconds about budget. The remaining was just about science, why this is the best project and why it should be funded.
Yeah, let me just add about the budget in general. If you don't ask above, like the synergy is 10 million, if you don't ask above 10, you will get this kind of question and nothing else. This is also true for the individual grants. If you don't ask above, nobody will ask you anything unless there is something suspicious. And if you ask above, people will then ask you, why do you really need this, and so on. So basically, don't waste time on the budget. And yeah, in that time, that was I think now they changed that every PI is presenting, but in our time it was only one PI was presenting, and it was really like in elementary school, all this panel and 4 of us in front of the blackboard standing. One is presenting, the others are just standing. It was really funny, and it was also it was not clear to whom are the questions being asked, because they were just asking asking some question, and we had to quickly decide. Basically, I was holding the mic, and I was like, you answer this. So we had to quickly see who's going to answer each question. And this was also the time when the synergy between us was really visible. This is the time when it's visible whether you have really been talking about this, working together, or whether you did it just quickly and you don't really know what you're going to do with the others. So I remember we had a great feeling between all of us. We were also laughing a lot and kind of trying to answer all together. So yeah, you have to have the synergy feeling and real connection between the people to be able to do this nicely.
It was much easier when you were in person rather than if 4 persons are each on different parts of the world during the interview, I guess. And if I may just ask one more question, compared to other European projects, Horizon or maybe even these individual grants, how much more time did you spend to develop this synergy grant compared to some other type of projects?
So some horizons can be complicated, 15 partners, so generally, many horizon grants take a lot of time to plan. Here there is this additional level that you can actually demonstrate synergy, which is not easy. It's not we just work together and this is synergy. It has to be, so what we were trying hard to show synergy on all levels, meaning not only PIs, but we have junior people working together, exchanging, and it's also, it's more challenging to execute because we're really trying to develop synergy. So we have a lot of meetings on all levels. So not just the consortium meeting where we all come together, but we have regular meetings of the more junior people, brainstorming meetings, trying to really try to function as a single group on 4 different parts of the world, and that's a little bit challenging, but it's fun. This is what we like to do.
What to add? Yeah.
Excellent, and we're almost out of time, so let's finish with something inspiring. What would you single out as the most significant benefits of receiving a Synergy grant in your personal experience?
Yeah. So I think I already answered that question when I said that you have like all the freedom in the world to do what you always wanted to do. You don't need to think about your own expertise because you can just ask for expertise somewhere around you instead of doing everything by yourself. So if I need some experiments that are on biology side, I'm physicist and theoretician, that's great. I had chance to collaborate with 3 teams that are experimentalists, and then we could address the questions that I could never be actually able to address just doing a theory, and that was amazing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, connecting with these great people who are working in different fields and then connecting really deeply with them, which would not be possible without really having a joint grant. Expanding your horizon, doing something new and much more and bigger than what you are doing by yourself. And yeah, and then even now that our project is coming to an end, now we have learned so much from it, and now we can expand even more in these directions after the project is done.
So now, Synergy compared to general ERC grant, or it's compared to other grants? So compared to the other ERC advanced grants, the benefit of Synergy would be having a really large team to challenge a significant question, because we all enjoy doing science by working together. That's great. Generally, comparing ERC to other horizons, it's easy. Now, other horizons can be challenging. You have deliverables, you have deadlines. It's sometimes you have to do what you planned, and in science it's never as you planned. So this is what is good in ERC grants, that they really give freedom and they trust us that we are going to use the money in the best possible way. So it's great to have this type of grants.
Thank you so much. And Professor Pavin,
Yeah,
your
I would
closing
like
remarks.
to have some take-home messages if we are about to finish. So from my side, I have several take-home messages. One would be about being successful. Of course, everyone, when you do something successfully, then we will talk about success. Actually, we are not here to do something successful. We are here to write a grant and fail. Our job is to be rejected for grant, for papers, and being rejected is not something that should actually demotivate us. We should be rejected more and more. We just still should keep trying. I can check my box, my mailbox, my folder on my computer, but I bet my folder with successful grant application is thinner than the one with those where I actually proposed something that was rejected. So that's something what I would really like to emphasize. The other thing I would like to emphasize, money-wise, Synergy or other ERC as well, grants are there where actually money sounds like just distraction. The money is distraction. Of course, once when you get money, you're happy, but money is distraction. You don't need to think about money. You think just about science. Everything what you want to do by yourself, research, do it without thinking about money. Money is just distraction. Money is there to help you, but you are not serving money. Money is serving you. Just about the success, eventually, this is not lottery. Of course, you will not get something approved just because you are paying a lottery ticket. No, you should just work harder and harder to get it eventually done. And the last thing, here I finish, once when you write your proposal, you are not done. Go to your colleagues, but not your colleagues here, your colleagues that are experts in the world, that you are kind of a friend, ask them for comments, what is good and what are strong and what are weak things in your proposals. And after getting comments, don't be passive aggressive. Say, okay, I learned something now, and now I will change the proposal.
Thank you. Thank you once again to all three of you for sharing such valuable insights into Synergy grants. And I will now close this session and today's event. On behalf of the Agency for Mobility in EU Programs, as well as the Ministry of Science, Education and Youth and the Executive Agency of the ERC, I would like to thank all of our speakers, all contributors, and all of you, both online and on site, for your active participation. We hope that today's event has provided you with useful insights and practical guidance for preparing your ERC proposals. Should you need any additional help, please do not hesitate to contact us. The contact details, as you already saw, are on our national page for Obzor Europa, well, Horizon Europe, that is. And just a brief reminder, please complete the evaluation form, which you can access through this QR code, because all your comments will be greatly appreciated. We wish you every success in your future ERC applications. Thank you for joining us, and we'll look forward to seeing you at future ERC events. Thank you, and have a great day.